888-868-3344.
Why is Navage perfect for allergy sufferers? Rhino Systems Medical Director Dr. Howard Levine explains.
If someone's exposed to allergens, they can get rid of those immediately by washing out the nose. Navage works by pulling saline in one nostril, through the nose and out the other nostril, sucking out allergens, mucus, dust, and germs. Experience on-the-spot relief so you could breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier.
Navage is available at Sam's Club, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or online at Navage.com. Navage. Breathe easy.
Hi, I'm Karen, owner of Lone Star Transfer. If you felt like booking your timeshare was difficult in the past, you know it's been almost impossible over the last few years. With an A+ rating at the BBB, our clients know Lone Star Transfer is the only company they can trust. We guarantee the release of all liability to your timeshare in writing and in a specific time frame. Call us today to receive a free, no-obligation consultation at 833-594-0077 or online at lonestartransfer.com.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
Hey, this is Mike Quick. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business and your point-of-sale system isn't helping you sell more, earn more, or work less, you need to talk to my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. PDQ has everything you need for success. PDQ POS is the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS system available. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, Joe Flynn and his team will create a custom game plan that will help your business succeed. Visit PDQPOS.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit, hims.com/joy.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Wednesday, July 3rd. This is the Fox News Rundown. The White House is trying to pick up the pieces amid criticism over President Biden's mental acuity. Fox's Chanley Painter has more.
That White House hosting a much-anticipated press briefing, the first since President Biden's poor debate performance last week. And Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre faced an onslaught of questions about the president's mental fitness.
We're not taking away from what you all saw or what the American people saw. We understand it was
a bad night.
Just last month, the White House dismissed Biden's repeated recorded gaffes or miscues during public events as, quote, cheap fakes, something, though, Jean-Pierre said she doesn't regret saying.
Meanwhile, Texas Congressman Lloyd Doggett has become the first Democrat representative to call on President Biden to withdraw from the race. According to a new poll, only one Democrat can beat former President Trump in the November election, and it's not President Biden. The Ipsos poll testing several elected and unelected Democrats head-to-head with the former president. And the only candidate to emerge victorious is Michelle Obama. Mrs. Obama has never once indicated that she'd run for any office. Following the Supreme Court's ruling on presidential immunity, New York Judge Juan Merchan has delayed sentencing for former President Trump in his hush money trial. Details from Fox's Matt Finn.
Former President Trump was scheduled to be sentenced in the New York hush money case next week, just days before the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, but the judge delayed Trump's sentencing until September. Some legal analysts say it's possible the former president might have been sentenced to prison time. The Supreme Court delivered a historic decision which grants presidents substantial immunity from official actions while in office. Immediately after that ruling, Trump filed a request to delay his sentencing in New York. But what complicates Trump's argument is that he was convicted for actions he took as a presidential candidate.
Meanwhile, former President Trump is leading President Biden in the fundraising department. The Trump campaign announcing Tuesday that it and the Republican National Committee raised $331 million during the April through June second quarter of 2024, topping the $264 million taken in by the Biden campaign with just 4 months to go before Election Day. The campaign also says it has more cash on hand, $284.9 million in the bank compared to $240 million for President Biden. Democrats proposing a number of bills after Monday's Supreme Court ruling on presidential immunity.
New York Congressman Joe Morrell plans on introducing a constitutional amendment that would reverse the Supreme Court ruling that grants former President Trump and all former commanders-in-chief presidential immunity for actions that fall under the core responsibilities of the presidency. Morrell argues reversing the Supreme Court decision will prioritize our democracy. His bill isn't the only one involving the justices. Congressional Democrats have been pushing for Congress to pass a Supreme Court ethics code. Republicans have argued it's not the role of Congress to police the court. Meanwhile, New York Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez says she will file articles of impeachment against the court when Congress returns from recess.
Fox's Ryan Schmelz. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Everyone in an election for President of the United States will critically examine all of the issues and make a decision.
There you go.
So if you've wondered how elections work, everybody kind of sits down and they take their notes and they look at the issues and they say, okay, I like this issue or this guy was better with that policy. And then you go to the ballots on Election Day, or you do a mail-in ballot or an absentee or whatever you might do, and you make your choice.
Imagine that.
How elections work with Kamala Harris, coming up tonight at 7 on PBS.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You've got lots of home projects to tackle. Luckily, the plumbing and electrical experts at Horizon Services are here to help. From fixing leaky pipes to upgrading landscape lighting, Horizon has your back. And right now, get $50 off any plumbing or electrical repair. Same-day service, expert technicians, and a job done right the first time. Need a plumber or electrician today? Visit horizonservices.com, and Horizon's help is on the way.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-578-2415. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns, help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-578-2415 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. That's 800-578-2415. To see if you qualify, that's 800-578-2415.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/Secure Our World for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It is from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report. U.S. markets have a holiday-shortened trading session today, and investors will get more clues on the health of the jobs market, including the National Employment Report from payroll processor ADP, which gives a gauge of employment in the private sector. We also get initial jobless claims for last week. Those typically come out Thursday, but this week markets are closed Thursday for the 4th of July holiday. The expectation is that there will be 233,000 first-time claims for jobless help, and some Affirm card users are getting a warning.
They say they believe that the personal information of some of their card users was compromised, not because they were hacked, but because Evolve Bank was, and Evolve is a third-party issuer of the Affirm card.
Fox's Lauren Simonetti. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Lillian Wu, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
On Tuesday, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi defended President Biden, as she did over the weekend. But on Tuesday, she said it's fair to ask if what happened at the debate was an episode or condition. She said both candidates owe whatever test you want to put them to in terms of their mental acuity and their health. But White House spokeswoman Karine Jean-Pierre said no cognitive test has been needed.
The medical team said it is not warranted in this case. We have put forward a thorough, transparent annual report on his health. So they have said that is not warranted. It is not necessary.
Addressing the former speaker's language, episode, or condition, Karine Jean-Pierre responded.
I would not see this as an episode. I would see this as what it was and what we believe it to be, which is it was a bad night. And he did, on top of that, he had a cold.
But in the first White House briefing since the debate, reporters pressed further. One asked straight up if the president has dementia.
I have an answer for you. Are you ready for
Yes.
it? It's a no. And I hope you're asking the other guy the same exact question.
Even more questions focused on more access to the president. Reporters asking about the potential for interviews and press conferences so that we can see the president without a teleprompter and engage. Karine Jean-Pierre said after the debate, he went to a watch party.
Less than an hour after the debate, he went and he engaged directly with the American people, right? He went to a watch party.
And then to a Waffle House to engage with more voters. The question for voters now, though, is what White House officials said Tuesday in defense of the president. Was it enough?
We all have had the flu or a cold, and we're not ourselves, whether we take medication or not.
Leslie Marshall is a Democratic strategist and Fox News contributor.
If this happened again and again and again, I mean, what bothers me, and some would say he's not president, Mitch McConnell had, moments where he froze. Donald Trump had moments where he froze. And I know they're both not president, but Donald Trump's running for president, and he was the president. He's a former president. So it bothers me because it's almost like, well, McConnell's old, Trump's old, but Biden's a different old. No, he's not. They're all old. And, if somebody, freezing, as, Joe Biden had a bad performance, causes us to throw in the towel, that's a problem not only for my party, for our nation. It's, in my opinion, ageism. God help all of us, especially Republicans trying to raise the retirement age to 70. God help those people. You know what I mean? And look, like I said, if it was a pattern of behavior, then I would have a problem with it. Some of the people in my party that I have the utmost respect for, and people in the party who the president would listen to if they were echoing the step down chant, which is largely coming from the more, progressive faction of our party, not the majority of our party, which are a majority like myself of moderate Democrats. But, you have Senator John Fetterman saying to calm the blank down. You have my governor, who I love, Gavin Newsom, who is saying, you can look at one bad debate performance, and then you can look at the economy. You can look at crime. You can look at Roe v. Wade. You can look at all the issues that matter, because it doesn't necessarily come down to Joe Biden for a lot of people, but rather the policies that his administration has enacted and will continue to enact. And I think, it just shows. I mean, the amount of money, millions of dollars, 27 million plus, 24 hours after the debate, we don't see the needle move much. 5 polls after the debate, 4 had Biden up, 1 had Trump up. And in the CNN focus group, after they had 15 people, 7 said after the undecided in that focus group, after the debate, 7 said they'd go for Trump, 7 said they'd go for Biden, 1 was undecided. And we see poll after poll that it remains unchanged. And I know
let me ask you about this Reuters Ipsos poll, Leslie, because it finds 1 in 3 Democratic voters want him to step aside. That's specific to Democratic voters. Does that catch your attention, or is that like, well, we're not going to panic over a third of our own people wanting him to step down?
I'm not going to panic over a third of our own people for a number of reasons. One, and I don't mean to be rude or disrespectful, but I think a lot of people don't understand it's not just easy for somebody to, well, first of all, is it step down or is it have a contested, convention?
Right. Convention.
In 1968, when we, the Democrats, had that, Republicans were in power till 1992. 1, 2. Bill Clinton, They had a conversation in my party about Bill Clinton stepping aside because Ross Perot and George Bush were wiping the floor with him in polls. Bill Clinton, not only elected for 2 terms, arguably one of the best presidents in the history of the United States, and certainly history of Democratic Party. 3, the voters decide. The voters decide, and the voters have decided in the primary that they wanted Joe Biden. And it's not like they never saw Joe Biden have a senior moment before the debate. 4, Kamala Harris, if he steps aside, becomes president of the United States. As a Democrat, if your opposition is asking for the same thing you are, you need to look in the mirror. Republicans don't want Joe Biden on the ticket because they see the polls and how close it is, and they know that Joe Biden, even post-debate, can beat Donald Trump. Kamala Harris cannot, according to the current numbers. No disrespect against the vice president from my state, who I have the utmost respect for and I like, but the voters just don't like her as much as Joe Biden. Somebody a lot of people throw around the name of is my Governor Gavin Newsom. But you have to remember, 1, the voters decide. So it comes down to, is Joe Biden going to...
Well, the voters don't get to decide, Leslie. Like, the voters wouldn't get a primary. So a contested convention would be delegates deciding. It wouldn't be the voters in a primary sorting out Kamala Harris versus Gavin Newsom versus whoever.
No, exactly. But it was a disaster the last time we did that. And it is a disaster.
Oh, so you're saying that's why he needs to stay. Well, so do you anticipate, Leslie, because you mentioned Lloyd Doggett, the Texas congressman, he's no fan of former President Trump. So when he says it's time for Biden to step aside and let somebody else run for the Democratic Party, it's not because, he's pro-Trump. He's worried about losing. Is that the beginning of more people joining him, or do you think he's going to be a lonely soul in the Democratic Party?
I think he's going to be in the minority. I don't think he's going to be alone. It's sort of like the dance floor, how he's having another couple that'll go out and dance once one has started. But it's not going to be the majority. And I'll tell you why. Because the people that are the utmost respected, with no disrespect to that congressman, Barack Obama, who would be one of the people to call Joe Biden and say, Joe, I think it's time, has not said, I think it's time.
Well, we don't know if he has. I mean, he's going to tell us publicly that he hasn't, right? But he could have.
I don't feel that Barack Obama would. I mean, if you look at his track record, Barack Obama is not a liar. And I don't think that Barack Obama would lie to the American people and say one thing publicly and do another thing privately. I think from my conversations within my party that Barack Obama, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Gavin Newsom, John Fetterman, I mean, all the big hitters that are supporting the president, that if they saw, that's why I think I'm in the same camp with them, and I think I know. If you have a pattern of behavior, then it's different. If there were 3 debates and he was like this at all 3 debates, we may have to have a conversation in the best interest of the United States of America if he is not up to the job. That is not what I've seen. I saw 3 appearances after the debate in which he was a different Joe Biden. He was the Joe Biden of the State of the Union. I can't look, even I own 2 companies. I'm not going to fire you if you mess up one time. You mess up a second, definitely a third, you're out. Not one time. We are knee-jerk reaction, and we just love to complain. Complain about our party, complain about our leader, complain about look, at the end of the day, we as a party have a responsibility not only to put forth an individual that can win, okay, but an individual that can do this job and do this job for the next 4 years. And I think it's fine. Even Nancy Pelosi said, it's fine to have that conversation. But let's have the conversation before let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. Let's have the conversation.
What do you think, Leslie? What do you think of Nancy Pelosi saying that, okay, President Biden and President Trump should have cognitive tests?
I have no problem with that. Have you seen the cognitive test? I've taken the cognitive test. A gorilla passed the cognitive test. I mean, it's not a cognitive test is not an indicator necessarily, and you don't have to be a doctor. You can Google that to read that information. The thing with memory slowing down or dementia, it comes and goes, and you can see that in the older population, both with Trump and with Biden. But how fast is it, going to go? Or does that mean a person, can't do their job? I don't know. You're talking to somebody whose mother retired at 76 as a regional vice president of a company and could have continued working. And the reason she didn't is she got pneumonia twice, and my brothers and I forced her to retire. Not because she was feeble-minded. She's great. And she's 85 years old. And but look, I said this before, I'll say it again. I interviewed Michael Dukakis years ago when he was on the precipice of turning 90. And I think he was sharper than me.
Does the president, Leslie, finally, does he need to do something else here, though? We've seen him a number of times since the debate, right? But it's been with a teleprompter. It's been between those hours of 10 and 4 p.m., which, according to that Axios report, some anonymous staffers said those are the hours at which the president is functioning or engaged, between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. Does he need to take questions at a press conference at like 8 o'clock at night? Like, what do you do?
The people that find him old and don't want to vote for him are going to find him old and don't want to vote for him. But the president, again, if he were to do something at night, if he does a town hall, if he does a press conference after 4 o'clock, I don't know who that's going to appease. Because, we live in a nation that sadly, and this is not just Republicans and it's not just Democrats, that sadly, you are remembered for the bad you do, not the good. Sadly, that's how it is. So for some, especially those on the right, they're going to remember and keep talking about and keep playing clips of the night of the debate.
Leslie Marshall, Democratic strategist and Fox News contributor, thank you so much for joining.
Thank you.
Tom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code CORE, or text CORE to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code CORE.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You could be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text CORE to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
Cue the fireworks and celebrate Independence Day with the Omaha Steaks 4th of July sale. Save 50% off site-wide and fire up the perfect backyard cookout with tender steaks, juicy burgers, deli-style franks, and more family favorites. Shop today at omahasteaks.com and score an extra $30 off when you use promo code SIZZLE at checkout. Plus, every purchase is backed by their unconditional money-back guarantee. Hurry, because this offer won't last long. That's omahasteaks.com. Promo code SIZZLE at checkout.
Omaha Steaks, America's original butcher.
Why is Navage perfect for allergy sufferers? Rhino Systems Medical Director Dr. Howard Levine explains.
If someone's exposed to allergens, they can get rid of those immediately by washing out the nose. Navage works by pulling saline in one nostril, through the nose and out the other nostril, sucking out allergens, mucus, dust, and germs. Experience on-the-spot relief so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier.
Navage is available at Sam's Club, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or online at Navage.com. Navage. Breathe easy.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Car Czar. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different, but here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, like $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed no matter the condition. The best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
Well, it's Gerhard's Freedom to Save sales event, and we've got deals more star-spangled than Apollo Creed shorty shorts.
We're giving you the chance to save $1,000 instantly on this LG Counter Depth French door refrigerator.
Would you look at the Liberty bells and whistles on that thing?
It's only $9.99.
Independence Hall of Fame is where that one belongs. Come on down to Gerhard's and let the Freedom Sale ring.
Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is known for being South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. Choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area or have their master jewelers create a one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. The White House in damage control mode regarding President Biden's mental fitness following last week's debate. Here's Fox's Jared Halpern.
President Biden had a bad night and a cold during his debate last week with former President Trump. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says.
We want to turn the page on this.
Jean-Pierre says even President Biden concedes he is not as strong a debater as he once was.
President meets today with the nation's Democrat governors concerned about his debate showing. Hurricane Beryl expected to impact Jamaica today after roaring through St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Prime Minister Ralph Gonsalves.
In parts of my country, the impact has been devastating.
He says the most severe damage is in the southern Grenadine Islands. At least 6 people have died in the storm. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Kemba Walker is walking away from the hardwood. Walker, a 4-time NBA All-Star, announced his retirement on Tuesday in a social media post. Walker wrote in part, quote, "This has all been a dream. When I look back, I still can't believe the things I achieved in my career." Walker was drafted by Charlotte with the 9th pick of the 2011 draft and went on to become the Hornets franchise leader in points. He spent time with 4 teams during his career, last playing for the Mavericks during the 2022-23 season. Walker is a college basketball legend, dragging the UConn Huskies to the NCAA championship in 2011. That's sports. On the Fox News Rundown, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Memphis goes with Edey. By the way, when Zach Edey goes that quickly, I just immediately think, like, boy, the Memphis Grizzlies are going to try to do something no other NBA team is doing. That was a shocking, like, Zach Edey was going to be late first round, maybe second round pick in everything that I had read. And to see him go top 10, I'm thinking, it's like Greg Oden back into the league, right? I mean, Edey's better than that. Edey would have been the number 1 pick 20 years ago. But it's such a different game now that he's not as coveted by teams. Or is he? Or is he just coveted by the one team because the Memphis Grizzlies are going to play a completely different style now, based around Zach Edey? John Morant going to work around Zach Edey, who's just this monster in the middle. I don't know. It has me interested in the Grizzlies. And I can't always say that.
I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Philadelphia's White Collar Workers Union is suing to stop Mayor Parker's mandate for all city workers return to the office full-time. Donald Trump's sentencing for his hush money case has been pushed back to September 18th, and the FDA has approved a second Alzheimer's drug that can slow the disease.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio, now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy. Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
It's time for your Fox News commentary. Tommy Lahren. What's on your mind?
Texas Congressman Chip Roy introduced legislation that urges VP Harris to gather cabinet executives and jointly declare President Biden unfit and subject to removal under the 25th Amendment. Rep. Roy's resolution cites that Joe has repeatedly and publicly demonstrated his inability to discharge the powers and duties of the presidency, including, among others, the powers and duties of the commander-in-chief. President Biden's cognitive decline is certainly a national security risk. If there were ever a time to invoke the 25th Amendment, it'd be the case of Joe. But handing over the controls to VP Kamala Harris may be even more risky. Let us never forget that ousting Joe before his term is up would leave us with Kamala at the helm, a thought that causes bipartisan anxiety, no doubt. She's not cognitively failing, but she may be worse, so be careful what you wish for, Congressman. I'm Tommy Lahren, and you can watch my show, Tommy Lahren is Fearless, at Outkick.com.
You've been listening to the Fox News Rundown. To hear the podcast version of this program, go to foxnewspodcasts.com. And for all the latest news, go to foxnews.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-568-3344. 800-568-3344. 800-568-3344.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. GM and Honda say last month's cyber attack that is still having an effect on car dealerships, although almost all should see their software up and running again now, is hurting their businesses as well. Honda says the cyber attack on CDK Global software hit its sales. Now, it didn't provide specifics. The number of cars and trucks it sold in the U.S. last month rose more than 1%. GM says the hack could push some of its deliveries into this month, but its second quarter sales did rise 0.6%. They had fallen in the first 3 months of the year. Mortgage rates near 7% mean it costs more now to own a home, not just buy one. The costs of a typical home ate up more than 35% of the average wage last quarter. That's the highest share since 2007, according to data from Adam. The growth in costs has outpaced income gains. On Wall Street, small gains. S&P futures up 2, NASDAQ futures up 10, Dow futures adding 46. Joan Doniger, Bloomberg Radio.
Ready? Go. Okay, doctor.
Operation.
No, the most amazing care.
They changed my life. Highness Hospital for Children! Because people just like you, kids like me, can play in the game of life. Thank you! Go to loveshriners.org right away. Thank you!
Do you know a veteran in need? Nation's Finest, through the VA's Supportive Services for Veteran Families program, helps veterans and their families struggling with rent, employment, and other housing-related costs. Today, Nation's Finest operates more than 30 locations in California, Arizona, and Nevada, helping thousands of veterans every year. Visit nationsfinest.org or call 1-833-468-9676. That's 1-833-468-9676.
Now, with the MLB app, you can get baseball your way. Pick your favorite team, your favorite players, and get customized highlights, stories, and breaking news right on your home feed. Follow the action with Game 10, where 3D replays add another dimension. Plus, notifications can keep you connected to every pitch, every hit, every game. The MLB app. Baseball your way. Download it now for free from the App Store or Google Play. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
You can still look great in that bathing suit this summer since it only takes 40 days to lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds with NJ Diet. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. Within a week of starting, you will notice pounds coming off and you'll feel good too since you are doing it the natural way, quickly and safely. You can still get slimmer this summer and without any shots. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com to lose the weight for good.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Wednesday, July 3rd. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal. Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Sean Farish guest co-hosting once again this morning. We've got our buddy Ferrari Phil Almquist in the back handling YouTube and Henry in place of Greg on the board this morning. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy hump day. Happy Wednesday.
Yes. One more show until we take a little holiday hiatus for the 4th of July. Sean Farish, good morning. How you doing, buddy?
Happy Independence Day Eve to everybody. It's my favorite time of the year. Christmas in July, America's birthday. A lot of fun, always. Getting ready to watch the Patriot tomorrow as we do every year.
Nice.
And, that's what you got to do. It's the 4th of July. And so it's a great day. It's another great day to be alive.
We got a lot of good things to get to on the show today, of course. Joe Biden yesterday just has more snafus in public, and also the depths to which Democrats have had to resort to over the last 24 to 48 hours. We will get to that coming up in the Big Take. Also, live by DEI and die by DEI. Kamala Harris now ready to play the race card, the sexism card, all of the nonsense about possibly being replaced and being the victim. Also, Newsweek with an absurd argument on behalf of Kamala Harris by Tim Ryan. We're going to get to that this morning as well. Bill Maher has decided to endorse somebody other than Joe Biden, and I think we need to take Bill to task as a man who despises all the left-wing ideology and the woke nonsense out there. Don't know how Bill can arrive at this endorsement and this conclusion, but we will get to that. And, of course, we have a Trump sentencing delay. That's going to be pushed back until mid-September. We'll get to all of that this morning. And once again, another absolutely stacked and loaded cut sheet as that is coming up at 7:45. And, of course, it is the first Wednesday of the month, and here on Kayal and Company, we always highlight our veterans. It's our 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight. That is coming up at 9:30 this morning, presented by the great folks at Window Nation. So we'll have a fun show today, and once again, the stories that are out there are just coming in fast and furious. I mean, what a week it's been. Really, what a entire last 10 days it has been, and we will break it down again this morning. But before we get to all of that, let's get to the news. Round number one at 6:05, the great Dawn Stensland.
Sponsored by Discover Lancaster. Yes, this Wednesday morning, July 3rd, a 14-year-old girl injured in a shooting in Pottstown, Pennsylvania. This happened last night. The Pottstown Police Department confirming this, saying that they had responded to Myrtle Street, this is in the Bright Hope community, for a report of some kind of fight involving teenage girls when shots were fired Officers say they found the 14-year-old girl with a gunshot wound to her chest. So they treated her at the scene, quickly rushed her to a local trauma center to the hospital. And that's from police. This girl is fighting for her life. That's the latest from the suburbs of Pottstown in our region. A Gloucester Township police officer, this is South Jersey, arrested and charged for a hit and run involving a bicyclist in Gloucester Township. He is identified as 28-year-old Christopher Bucciaroni, 9-year veteran of the police department, ID'd as the driver who was involved in that hit and run that resulted in very serious injuries. He's now charged with third degree knowingly leaving the scene of a motor vehicle accident resulting in serious bodily injury. This happened about 2:30 in the morning, June 20th. Initially, what happened was this bicyclist, 18-year-old young man on his bicycle, was struck, and he now is in critical condition. So they knew that this was a dark-colored SUV that struck the 18-year-old and failed to stop. And the victim, like I say, remains in very critical condition this morning in the hospital. The police say the officer was off duty at the time. That SUV, his own personal vehicle, he turned himself in the next day. So he is suspended without pay with intent to dismiss. The union that represents thousands of Philadelphia city employees asking a judge yesterday to block Mayor Sherelle Parker's requirement that they all return to their offices full-time in person by July 15th.
I saw this. You got to be kidding me. Like, I mean, you know, I give Sherelle Parker credit for hey, enough of whatever's been going on for umpteen years now. It's time to get back to work. Like, I hope this is just something that just fails and we can sit there and say, you know what? Yes, common sense and logic says, get your butt out of your house, get in the car, get in traffic, get ticked off, sit through congestion, and go back to work. Socialize with other human beings, people.
Yeah, and these are thousands of employees, union presidents of Local 2186 and 2187, speaking out, stating that, yes, they filed the lawsuit. They disagree with the process by which the mayor is ordering people back to work, saying that this all needs to be negotiated because they're saying that some people who were hired, and this is the new norm, this is the new way of life. So if you want them to go back to in-person working, and this is more than 6,000 administrative and supervisory jobs, by the way, they say you got to pay a little more.
Well, I mean, look, you know, everybody take their shot, shoot your shot. I get it. So this is not like a fear of COVID thing or anything like that. This is more of this is what I signed up for, and now you have to factor in my expense of traveling, I'm assuming.
Well, it's just show me the money.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
They want their... So this all started, obviously, under previous Mayor Jim Kenney. That was the virtual work policy in place for 3 years at this point. 3 years. And Mayor Parker had announced, you may recall, back in May, that everybody's got to return to in-person pre-pandemic, and that, no, this is the norm. People were allowed something due to the pandemic and emergency, so this is the back and forth they face.
You give them an inch, Dawn, and they take a mile.
Take the whole thing.
Take the whole thing, right, Sean?
They're just like the left. That's what the left does.
Yep.
That's what the left does. I don't know if we're dealing with leftists here, but that's what they do.
Yeah.
You give them one little tiny bit, and they take the whole thing.
That's correct.
That's why we give them nothing.
Yes.
You know what they say? You'll own nothing and be happy.
Yeah.
There you go. We give you nothing. No quarter.
I just have to wonder, to your point, should all those workers, thousands of people, you know, firefighters, cops, the sanitation workers, a ton of workers could not be virtual all this time. Maybe they're the ones who should get more money.
I agree.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Amen to that.
If anybody's going to make more. This is a sad story that, you know, to report this morning. One of our colleagues, longtime Philadelphia sports radio host Howard Eskin, suspended from Citizens Bank Park for the rest of the Phillies season for what is being called and identified as an unwelcomed kiss toward an Aramark employee. 73-year-old Eskin, host, of course, on our sibling station 94 WIP Sports Radio, and Odyssey is the parent company of the station and ours as well. So they're talking about this, an unwelcome kiss by Eskin toward an Aramark employee at Citizens Bank Park, saying that we take these matters very seriously. We immediately investigated, took action to address the matter. That's the statement from Odyssey. So apparently Odyssey, Aramark, and the Philadelphia Phillies working on this, and the Phillies, they were all releasing different statements. This does not appear this is not any kind of a police investigation. I don't have anything except the company statements. I do not have a statement from Eskin himself.
Yeah, I've always been consistent with this, whether it's political, Democrat, Republican, whether it's professional, personal, whether it's somebody I've worked with, somebody I know, somebody I've worked with and like, somebody I've worked with and do not like, whether it's in the criminal justice system or in the court of public opinion. The rush to judgment is astounding to me, and I just wish people would wait for all the facts to come out, because we've seen two specific cases in the last couple of years, just in the sports arena, so to speak. Remember the Bills punter, Matt Araiza, was accused of something. They smeared him. Ultimately, we find out it's not true. And, Sean, I know you're a big baseball guy. The same thing with Trevor Bauer.
Don't get me started what they're doing to Bauer, man. That is, listen, you go on to Trevor's Twitter, okay, and you search his account. You find out that he made a couple of posts that were pretty pro-Trump back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't think that's playing a role here, then you're not paying attention to how the left operates. I'm not saying it's purely political.
Right.
And I understand there are rumors about Bauer and is he a good teammate? And sometimes he does the thing with the sword. He kind of shows people up, but he said, if you're going to give it back to me, give it back to me. I'll take it like a man. There's no reason why he shouldn't be pitching in MLB right now, especially since his accusers now are being criminally investigated. So I think what's happening to Bauer is 1,000 times worse than what happened to Colin Kaepernick, because Bauer still has ability and Kaepernick doesn't, right?
Yep.
When he was quote unquote blackballed from the NFL, he had two dismal seasons and it was only getting worse. Bauer has been suspended and out of MLB at the top of his game. He's killing it in Mexico right now. The guy should be in MLB.
Yeah,
definitely. You telling me he can't help somebody? He can definitely help somebody.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with Howard. I mean, if he did what he's accused of doing, I'm sure he'll be dealt with accordingly. And if this is not true, then I hope he gets vindicated. So we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Phils beat the Cubs 6-4, and Michael Mercado certainly did not look like a rookie. 25-year-old Mercado holding the Cubs to 1 run, 2 hits in 5 innings, and, of course, got some help from Trey Turner, who hit 2 home runs. Zach Wheeler is on the mound tonight at Wrigley Field, 8:05 game tonight.
Okay, let's go Phils.
Let's. I won't talk to. I mean, I know you're gonna talk about Trump, politics, Biden. I will simply say that remember the NEA Teachers Union. Their convention is here in Philadelphia, which is why President Joe Biden will be here in Philadelphia Sunday to greet those teachers and have a speech to the Teachers Union meeting here in Philadelphia. As far as Pennsylvania Democrats, Governor Josh Shapiro, Senator Casey, and Senator Fetterman all speaking out backing Joe Biden. And Nick is going to talk about the latest with that. Forecast real quick for you today. Enjoy the weather. 86 degrees today. The last of this lower humidity, refreshing breezes, because tomorrow the heat is on. We are looking at 91 degrees for your July 4th holiday. And yes, unfortunately, we could see some passing storms, drenching rain. So you want to watch that as far as the storms moving through. And then the next day, even though Friday we're looking at 91 degrees and much of the same pattern. Saturday, however, we could see drenching rain come through on Saturday. Now, look, this forecast for the Philadelphia, South Jersey region. It's ever changing. So I always say this, especially a couple days out, don't change your plans, because what happens here in Philadelphia might not be the forecast in South Jersey, for example, or the Poconos. So we want to watch this, but certainly we're in for heat, high humidity, and then the passing showers, at least for the next couple of days. But we are sponsored by Discover Lancaster. So discover more of Lancaster. This week, head to Lancaster County, enjoy the fresh air, learn about the Amish culture. Just a 90-minute drive from Philadelphia. Visit discoverlancaster.com. Plan your getaway. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:15 on this Wednesday morning. Let's get to another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the Big Take this morning, Joe Biden's week from hell and the Democrats' demise. If it were a hurricane, I think it would be deemed a Category 5 because catastrophic damage has occurred. If it were nuclear war, it would be classified as DEFCON 1, which is the highest threat level in the U.S. military's ranking system. And when it pertains to Joe Biden and the Democrats, it's not hyperbole. It is reality. The fear has set in. And what's ironic about it is it's usually the Democrats that drum up fear as a way of vilifying Republicans and winning over voters. Now it's the Democrats that are genuinely fearful of the dire straits they find themselves in with 124 days until the election. For years, the left has told you and mainstream media has denied that Joe Biden is expiring like a moldy loaf of bread on the shelf of aisle 1. And for the last 6 days, you can describe this as the week from hell for the Biden administration and quite possibly the demise of the Democrat Party. No matter which way they turn, they can't deny, they can't run, they can't hide. The truth always makes its way into the light. That's exactly what is happening right now in America. In many ways, it's further vindication about just how right the GOP has been on so many issues over the last 4 years. Labeled misinformation, disinformation, conspiracy theories, cheap fakes, and deep fakes, it's no longer able to be contained by the Washington establishment or their lapdog media water boys and water girls. Tuesday, just yesterday, took another turn for the worse as more damning proof emerged on Joe Biden's day-by-day decline, as well as the backroom panic behind closed doors. First, the footage. Yesterday, President Biden delivered a speech on extreme weather as the big guy spoke from the District of Columbia's Emergency Operations Center. The actions announced include heat safety training for the workplace and flood prevention efforts. Maybe Joe's hard drive overheated or was flooded because, once again, the teleprompter defeated him. Listen and watch.
More people die from extreme heat than floods, hurricanes, and tornadoes combined. Say that again. Combined, more people die from heat than those 3 other major issues. And look, right.
Yes, say that again. Yes, Joe, say it again for emphasis. Just don't say it out loud. Stop giving away the secret to the sauce with their speeches, Joey. Come on. But it gets worse. Now we have Joe Biden saying things that literally make no sense to anyone with a functional brain. Listen and watch this.
We've invested billions to enhance our power grid, expand energy shortages so that lights, air conditioning, refrigeration, internet stay on during heat waves, storms, and other climate changes.
So we are spending billions to have energy shortages? Is that what he said? And do we have a translator in the house? Anybody? No? All right, well, let's move along. Then Joe does what he does best. Unite America. Bring our divided country together. Heal the fractures. I'm just kidding. He insults millions of Americans who question climate change, the impact and the motive behind the money being spent and the restrictions being imposed on free Americans. Listen and watch this.
I quite frankly think it's not only outrageous, it's really stupid. Everyone who willfully denies the impacts of climate change is condemning the American people to a dangerous future and either is really, really dumb or has some other motive of that. How can you deny there's climate change, for God's sake?
The big guy must really hate Nick Kayal because I plan on driving my truck up to the Lehigh Valley over the next couple of days, using a grill, eating red meat, shooting off fireworks tomorrow night, despite what the New York Times wishes. But let's move on to phase 2 of the Big Take. The backstage maneuvering as Dems scramble to save their horse in the race. First up, put Joe on stage and showcase him for the world to see yet again. That's right. President Biden will be taking part in his first interview since last Thursday's disastrous debate as he will sit down with ABC's George Stephanopoulos. It'll be Stephanopoulos and Bidenopoulos one-on-one in a hard-hitting Greek interview. According to The Hill, President Biden has, quote, agreed to sit for his first television interview that he has granted since last week's presidential debate. Now, the interview will air on ABC, and it'll be conducted by This Week and Good Morning America anchor George Stephanopoulos. Portions of the conversation will be aired on Friday, the network said, with the full extended interview airing Sunday on This Week with George Stephanopoulos and Monday on Good Morning America. The network did not preview what questions Biden will face or how long the interview will last. The sit-down comes as Biden faces intensifying questions about his age and mental fitness for office following a shaky performance during last week's presidential debate, which has sparked some calls for him to drop out of the race. Stephanopoulos has been the anchor of This Week for more than 2 decades and was previously a top advisor during the Clinton administration. Look, guys, George is a distinguished man of credibility. Actually, I'm kidding again. He was the man that did that clown show interview with Nancy Mace a while back, if you recall, that we discussed on this show when he continued to harass Nancy Mace and things got heated. But I would say Americans should take this interview in its entirety with extreme doubt and skepticism, because this interview should be live, not shown in a few clips on Friday and then aired on Sunday and Monday. And prayers up for the producers who will have a field day trying to get this ready and edit it for air. But that's just one element of the behind-the-scenes panic and scramble to salvage the sinking ship that is Biden. The New York Times has learned that Biden's team is mulling travel for him to Wisconsin and Pennsylvania later this week as Democrat governors discuss having a meeting with him following a call that they had among themselves Monday in which they express deep consternation about their lack of contact with Joe Biden. Translation, some of the highest, most powerful blue state governors can't even get in touch with the president, who, as we know, only works from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday. But don't worry, governors, it's okay. You're in good hands. You're actually in the hands of Hunter Biden. Did you see this report? Hunter Biden is handling a lot of this. That's right. Hunter Biden has joined meetings with President Biden and his top aides this week at the White House. That, according to 4 sources familiar with the situation, that report courtesy of Ken Delanian of NBC News. It's gotten so bad, they've had to resort to a convicted felon, crackhead son to help his aging, failing father. But remember, Joe said Hunter is a brilliant, brilliant man. Listen and watch this.
He's a grown man. He is the smartest man I know. I mean, in pure intellectual capacity.
Yeah, I spent more time on my hands and knees picking through rugs, smoking anything that even remotely resembled crack cocaine. I probably smoked more Parmesan cheese than anyone that you know, I'm sure, Tracy.
Wow. I mean, this is literally a Hollywood movie where the plot twist has occurred, but there's no resolution in sight. Except this isn't a movie. This is real life in America, in the United States. This is Biden's week from hell, and this is the demise of the Democrats. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the big take this morning is brought to you by United Tire. If you drive a car and you want it to last and not cost you a ton in the long run, get your car to United Tire and Service. Visit one of their 10 locations throughout the Delaware Valley. Visit UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United. 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210WPHT. And, of course, in the YouTube chat, just go to youtube.com/@1210WPHT. And hit the like and subscribe buttons. We'll get everybody's thoughts on what transpired with the big guy yesterday, the attempts to bail him out and save him in the 23rd hour, and also what's still ahead this morning, Kamala Harris. Is she ready to step up and take over? We're going to get to that conversation as the latest news is out. And, she's ready to break out now in year 5, term 2, if she gets that far. Back after this on Kayal and Company.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force.
They're coming to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
Then Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad,
Kevin, there's no hot water.
so you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating.
Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems.
Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. We have some exciting news. Rescue Natural Supplements is having a sale of epic proportions in honor of Independence Day. Now through July 4th, use the code FREEDOM to snag 45% off 4 or more of your favorite products. You can mix and match single bottles, boost your heart health, strengthen immunity, lift energy levels, or try an all-natural sleep aid. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, speak to a rescue product consultant, or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. It's never too late or too early to fortify your body and health. Rescue's Independence Day sale ends Thursday, July 4th, so don't miss out. Remember, shop res-q.com. Use that code FREEDOM. Again, the code is FREEDOM for 45% off 4 or more single bottles. Do it today.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli, afternoons 3 till 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Oh, yeah, Kayal Company, 6:31 Wednesday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your 4th of July Eve. It is Kayal Company, Nick, Dawn, and Sean, 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, get us on the free Odyssey app, and, of course, watch us on YouTube. We're going to get to Kamala Harris coming up in just a moment, but I want to get people's thoughts from, what transpired yesterday. Dawn, I know you talked about Joe Biden and his concern and his little conversation that he was scheduled to have yesterday in the news when it comes to, weather and climate change. And, of course, we've had many conversations on this show about the way people like George Stephanopoulos, speak down to Republicans and prop up, Democrats. Your thoughts on the latest Biden gaffes and also this last-ditch reclamation effort that we're going to get in dribs and drabs through a 4-day holiday weekend. We got to get her a microphone on.
Is it on?
There we
Here
go.
I am. It was the heat. It was the extreme heat that see, it affects microphones.
It does.
No, I think that to make this, for him to say he wants to extend this workplace warning, and that I don't really understand, honestly, other than the fact that it's a news conference, it's a photo op, it's his opportunity to say, I care about you. But when he started going on about something about walking on the hot pavement, and it doesn't come off as presidential.
No.
It comes off as looking like it's a photo op, and they're trying to make these public appearances to make everybody forget about last Thursday, but it's having the opposite effect.
Yeah, I agree. And then George Stephanopoulos is going to get this softball interview. I'm sure Sean Ferris, that George will come out with the hard-hitting questions and put Joe right on the spot to show and illustrate that he is truly in cognitive decline.
Yeah, he's going to test him. This is what I'm expecting from George Snuffleupagus, I think Mark Levin calls him. I wonder if Joe Biden will be Joe Bidenopoulos in this interview. I think you mentioned it in the big take that it'll be a hard-hitting Greek interview. Two Greek men.
Yep.
I hear they could trace their lineage back to Odysseus and Achilles.
Yep.
Back into the Trojan War. These are two. I fought in the Trojan War when I was a young man. I saw Odysseus. We built a horse together, man. Like, that's the kind of stuff I think we're going to maybe see in this interview. I wouldn't be shocked. Yeah, you can't trust George Stephanopoulos. I actually forgot his last name because there's so many nicknames. So you can't trust him to conduct a fair interview with Joe Biden. Come on. And I heard that it's not going to even run live. It's going to be like heavily edited or something. Obviously, it has to be because remember Joe Biden's debate challenge to Trump? I hear you're free on Wednesdays. There was like 15 jump cuts in a 30-second clip.
Yep.
But he can't get through 2 seconds at a time.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm expecting maybe the same thing with this Snuffleupagus interview.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Mr. Snuffleupagus.
God,
Sesame Street.
It is going to be so painful to sit through that. I mean, I don't know how many Americans, and think about this as well, the timing. And, you could have done this last Friday. You could have done this Monday or Tuesday. You're going to record this, and I'm assuming right around the holiday. Who is actually going to be paying attention to the news media or any of these television shows the day after the 4th of July. I mean, you're going to have millions upon millions of Americans off on Friday, July 5th, presumably hungover, sleeping in, up all night with firecrackers and fireworks.
Not that he's speaking personally.
Yeah, that's correct. Not that I will, I will not indulge in a cocktail. I will not do anything American on the 4th of July. I don't want to trigger the New York Times. We need to rebrand our independence and our birthday, and they'll hold the whole shebang. And then you're going to have people that are probably going to the shore, people that are traveling. And this interview, now we'll chronicle it, we'll document it, and we'll break it down, and we'll talk about it on Monday. But I got to imagine they're just hoping that this thing is heavily edited. It makes him look very good. It was just one bad night, one off night. I had a cold. And most people won't even see this live on TV when it airs on Friday. I'm not even sure that some people will see it on Sunday because they'll still be checked out for the holiday weekend. You'll probably have whatever amount of Americans actually consume this interview. It'll probably be in a rebroadcast of it on Monday on Good Morning America, assuming people actually watch Good Morning America, which I think they do. Every time I go to a dentist or a doctor, Good Morning America is on, followed by The Stinking View. But I think those are the only places that air those two shows. So
The View is one of the worst shows. It's like one of the most insufferable. Like if you ever needed information out of me, you could do two things, right? Like if you think I'm withholding, this is a tip for the feds, okay? If you think I'm withholding information, you could do two things, and I will talk immediately. A, put me in bumper to bumper traffic on the Cross Bronx Expressway. I will sing like a canary if you get me out of the traffic. And two, sit me in front of a television screen in front of The View.
Yes.
Because there is nothing I despise more than watching that flock of livestock spout off for however long it is on television. You've got that is Old MacDonald had a farm right there. You've got cows, you've got pigs, you've got all sorts of animals on the screen that I just can't stand.
Yeah.
Whoopi Goldberg, Joy Behar. These are the most insufferable people on the planet.
Yeah.
The View.
You're right.
How do they have a show?
I know. How have they survived this long? Especially in the Trump era of politics, where they legitimately have meltdowns seemingly once a week over something he says or does.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's just absolutely painful. This segment's brought to you by Budget Blinds. Summer's a great time to brighten up the window treatments in your home. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation and the only no questions asked warranty in the business. All right, so let's get to Kamala Harris. This is not parody, by the way. I want to start with what Tim Ryan wrote for Newsweek, and then we're going to get to Kamala specifically and what her closest confidants are saying. And by the way, this is I swear this is not parody. I tweeted out the story. This is a legit headline. Tim Ryan writes for Newsweek, "We have to rip the Band-Aid off. Too much is at stake. Veep has significantly grown into her job. She will destroy Trump in a debate, highlight choice issue, energize our base, and bring back young voters and give us generational change. It's time." That is not an SNL headline. That's not a Babylon Bee story from their website. This is a guy named Tim Ryan writing for Newsweek that Kamala Harris is the one who should be next up. And and of all of what I just read, he actually writes, and I guess he believes this, she will destroy Donald Trump in a debate. There's not a single human being roaming planet Earth that have seen Trump and Kamala Harris speak one sentence apiece that would arrive at the conclusion that she would dominate Donald Trump in a debate. Are you kidding me?
What?
I just tweeted out the story. It's written by Newsweek. I don't know who Tim Ryan is.
No, he used to be a politician. He was lying.
He's from
Tim
Ohio.
Ryan.
He's an Ohio guy. Yeah.
Yeah. I think he was, I gotta do a little bit of research with Tim Ryan, but I think I know who that was. I think he was a senator. Oh, he was a senator, and I think Vance beat him.
Okay.
I think that's what happened.
Okay.
I think he was a Democrat, and I think I'm pretty sure. I have to go back and double check, or if anybody's gonna listen.
Right.
But I think Tim Ryan was a senator in Ohio. J.D. Vance beat him in the 2022 cycle, and Tim Ryan, when he found out that he was going to be running against Vance, started this because he's a leftist, right? Obviously, if he thinks Kamala Harris can beat Donald Trump in a debate, he's got to be a leftist, right?
Or insane.
So he was which is the same thing. So it's like there is no difference, leftist definition, insane person. But you had him kind of start running towards the center and like acting like he was this pro-Trump or like this moderate Democrat when he's his voting record and things that he said like this would prove that that's not the case. And Vance smoked him.
Mm-hmm.
That's who Tim Ryan is. They called him Lion Tim Ryan in Ohio.
Okay, makes sense. And now a story from Yahoo. Kamala Harris worried that Democrats will replace Joe Biden with a white candidate. I want to just read you a couple of excerpts from this because this was so predictable. I wasn't the only one that said this, but we as a show and many of us that have a platform, Sean, others, I mean, we all said this was coming. If they try to jump Kamala Harris, they are going to scream racism. They are going to scream sexism. How dare you go above and beyond and over and around the vice president and find the next person? Again, to me, this is not about race or your gender. This is about competence. She is incompetent. She's in over her head. She has not shown 1 ounce of ability in this position, much less the ability to rise up and take over for the president of the United States. And her polling is terrible. And oh, by the way, I don't think she resonates with the black community. Remember, she was a prosecutor in the Bay Area that made a living locking up people that were smoking weed. Okay, so I don't think she resonates with the community that she claims to represent. But Yahoo writes Kamala Harris's team is concerned that Democrats will install a white candidate ahead of her to replace Joe Biden, arguing that it would be offensive to black voters to overlook her should she be the president. However, allies of Ms. Harris are frustrated that she has largely been excluded from the list of possible replacements, arguing that it would be offensive to overlook a black woman for the job. Gavin Newsom and Gretchen Whitmer have been at the center of speculation about a replacement nominee. Quote, the fact that people keep coming back to this is so offensive to so many of us, an ally of Ms. Harris told Politico. Quote, they still don't get the message you're saying to black people, to the Democratic Party, is that we prefer a white person. Another source said, quote, if they think they are going to get through South Carolina bashing an effective and qualified black woman vice president, their instincts are as bad as I thought they were. It's not about replacing a black female. It's about finding a competent successor. But here we go again, Dawn and Sean. They're playing the victim card, and we saw this coming months and months and months ago.
Yeah, I am so happy to see this like Frankenstein boomerang, like cannibalism going on the left right now, like Uncle Brosy level cannibalism right now. You have imposed this crap on us for years. Oh, if you don't have this diversity quota met, you're going to lose your ESG score and people are going to boycott you and we're going to take your sponsors away and you're going to get, you're going to be branded a racist. And now it's literally happening to them, where they're like, oh, well, this person could step in. Oh, that's a white dude or a white woman. You think Kamala Harris and the progressive wing of the Democrat Party is going to be okay with that? Are you kidding me? And so now you're finding out that they're melting down over the thought that there could be somebody who doesn't check as many diversity boxes as Kamala Harris. Would she be okay if, what was her name? The Lori Lightfoot, short, fat, gay, ugly, ineffective mayor of Chicago. She checks more boxes than Kamala Harris, right? Kamala Harris isn't gay. She is ugly. She's not short and she's ineffective. So like that's 4-2 in favor of Lori Lightfoot. Maybe that would be the only acceptable, replacement for Kamala Harris, someone who checks off more of the boxes. Yeah. I think this is great. What have we done to deserve this amazing? It's almost like all of it was worth it, with exception to, the treatment of the J6ers and the political prisoners, Bannon, Navarro, et cetera. And, the folks who had all these issues with the vaccine, whether it's medical issues or, getting fired from your job. Everything else is worth it to watch the Democrats eating themselves right now. This has actually been very amusing.
Dawn, do they have to replace Kamala with another, replace Biden? If they don't go Kamala, do they have to calm the base down? Do they have to go with at least a female, if not a black female? Is this Gretchen Whitmer's job to lose? This is why everybody brought up, I think, Michelle Obama, because then you can't claim sexism or racism, and you can also claim she's more likable than Kamala Harris, but we know she wants no part of it.
I think Kamala Harris, the vice president, I think Tim Ryan's right that she has significantly grown into her job, and we should celebrate her and unburden ourselves, or whatever the statement was with unburdening, unseeing. I just think we should embrace this and say,
oh, yes, I
she's
agree.
the one.
Yes.
Yeah. And
she's the one. She's the chosen one.
She's the chosen one.
She's Anakin Skywalker.
Yes. And
or Darth Vader.
Every Trump supporter and Republican voter under the sun should be like, yeah, go with Kamala.
How dare you?
I'm all about it.
Yes.
I'm all about it. You want to nominate her? I'm not standing in your way.
That's right.
You go right ahead and do it. By the way, I double checked the Tim Ryan. He was a congressman from 2021 to 2023. And then ran for Senate and lost to J.D. Vance.
Unbelievable. All right. 855-839-1210. On the other side, before we wrap up the hour, I got to play you this clip. This was Stephen A. Smith delving into politics on his YouTube show, where he had a African-American female delegate from California who goes scorched earth. And as we've been saying, live by DEI, die by DEI. You're going to hear from one direct source that says Democrats will never recover if they basically ditch Kamala Harris. We're going to get to that on the other side. It's Kayal and Company. We're back after this, but first let me tell you about my friends with Families Behind the Badge. Hopefully you will join me again in supporting the Bend to the Shore Bike Tour. It's coming up. It's Sunday, July 21st, and you've got a couple of options here. You can ride 65 miles from Philly to AC or 30 miles from Hamilton to the shore. And there's a family-friendly celebration at the Showboat Hotel after the ride. You can even register to ride with me and Team 1210. Just go to ben2shore.org. That's ben2shore.org. And they're going to take $25 off your registration fee if you use the promo code NICK1210. That's ben2shore.org. We are very close, by the way, to our $15,000 goal. I think we're just a couple $100 away. So if you haven't made a donation yet for this great cause, please do before the 4th of July holiday. Let's show everybody how WPHT and Odyssey supports law enforcement. FBBCF provides financial relief for the families of fallen and injured first responders, and they, of course, support the Police Youth Alliance, which fosters a positive relationship between police and youth.
How would you like to finally lose all those unwanted pounds quickly without spending thousands on painful injections or prescriptions? Hi, it's Donna Simpson, health and wellness expert. You probably know someone that is using Ozempic, the hottest diet craze in the country. Everyone knows about this prescription injection. Celebs use it to look their best. The problem is most of us can't afford Ozempic, and these injections can be so uncomfortable. Now you can lose the weight just as easily, but with no needles, no expensive prices, no side effects, and no worries. You need to try Lozempic, a new miracle weight loss breakthrough that performs so well it's been called nature's Ozempic. Lozempic is an easy-to-take diet pill now available without a prescription, being used by thousands to get rid of those unwanted pounds. So call now and find out how to get a free bottle.
To find out how to get your free bottle of Lozempic, call 800-686-2430, 800-686-2430. Free bottles for limited time, so call 800-686-2430. That's 800-686-2430.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey.
The satire on all of the Eagles and the Phillies, oh my goodness, it was just too hilarious.
His daughter's amazingly a great singer, but I didn't know everybody in the family was that good of a singer. I absolutely loved it.
Just the mix of the comedy and the singing, you never knew which way they were going to go with it.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey on Saturday, July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Beat the Heat on Thursday, August 15th at 6:40 when the Phils host the Nats, and fans 21 and over take home a Miller Lite floppy hat. Order tickets now at phillies.com. Rep Philly on Friday, July 12th at 6:40 when the Phils host the A's and rock their City Connect uniforms.
He's got a chance. Did he do it? He has done it!
Join the fun and order tickets now at phillies.com.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Time! Great workout, Rock.
I'll hit the showers.
Not anymore, Rock. I went to Half Price Hot Tubs and got a nice hot tub and infrared sauna.
Hey, yo, Mick, how many rounds did you go to get that deal?
At Half Price Hot Tubs, you always get the best price on the best brands, with more inventory than you have sequels.
I'll get one for me and Buckus.
Half Price Hot Tub sale ends soon. Save an additional $500 and get our unique chemical-free system at 0% financing.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth. And if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS has raised the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes in recent years. This hits hard if you're behind on your taxes. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. If you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Hey, Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
6:54, Kayal and Company, as we put a bow on hour number one here on this Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Sean. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number two in just a couple of minutes. And then we're going to get to the Trump sentencing delay, which has been pushed back yesterday all the way to September 18th. We'll break that down. And also Bill Maher now saying, you know what, Joe Biden's not the guy, and I've got the better solution. We'll get to that before we get to what is on the cut sheet. But just quickly to wrap up the hour, and also that scalding commentary from Stephen A. Smith about replacing Kamala Harris and having her leapfrogged by a white man. Big shout out to Elise, who made a donation during the break. Elise made a $50 donation. Oh, wow. And I just want to give an update. Here's where we are, folks. We're only $576 away. $576 away from our $15,000 goal. We are sitting at $14,424.67. That is 96% of our goal. So if we could, I feel like Stalker here, shilling for money and likes and subscribes and, all the buttons. It's for a good cause. It's for a great cause, for our bike ride and Families Behind the Badge. If we could get another $576 before we sign off at 10 a.m. this morning and go into the 4th of July break, that would be tremendous. Our goal for the before the ride is $20,000. We've hit every benchmark along the way. So if you can donate, whether it's one person making a big donation of $576 or a bunch of $50 donations here, that would be great. ben2shore.org, or, of course, the alternative website, which everybody believes, GregStalkerSucks.com. GregStalkerSucks.com. All right, we'll come back. Go ahead, Sean.
No, he's got a new website every day.
It's unbelievable.
It's Kevin, right?
Yes.
It's every day. I think Juan Mershon Sucks was trending yesterday.
EverybodySucks.com is Kevin Pohl's whole MO.
I can't wait till I get my own. That's going to be great. I'm like, I feel left out.
SeanFarishSucks.com. There you go. All right, we'll kick off hour number 2 of the news with Dawn when we come back. 7 o'clock hour is upon us. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's hot out there, and your inefficient windows mean high utility bills all year long. Window Nation sells some of the most energy-efficient windows you can buy and was recently ranked highest on Forbes' list of best window installation companies. Right now, for every 2 windows you buy, you'll get 2 free, plus 0 down and no interest or payments for 2 years. Stop paying more than you have to. Schedule an in-home estimate right now at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Life Surge is coming to Reading on Saturday, July 13th. Be inspired and equipped to grow your financial resources for Kingdom Impact, featuring leaders in faith and finance, including 2-time national football champion Tim Tebow, Life Without Limbs Nick Vujicic, Duck Dynasty's Willie Robertson, football legend Brian Dawkins, pastor and author Craig Groeschel, plus worship artists Natalie Grant and Matthew West. That's Life Surge, Saturday, July 13th. Tickets on sale at lifesurge.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-403-5569 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-403-5569. That's 800-403-5569. What do you have to lose? Call 800-403-5569. Again, 800-403-5569.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Every morning there's a halo hanging from the corner of my girlfriend's 4-post bed.
7 o'clock. Welcome back in. Hour number 2 every morning. It's Kayal and Company, Monday through Friday from 6 until 10 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Good to have all of you in. Nick, Dawn, and Sean as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. Cut sheet coming up at 7:45 this morning. Also, retired Colonel Tom Mannion. Yes, Travis Mannion's father is going to be joining us this morning as we continue with our 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight presented by Window Nation. We will chat with Tom. He's going to join us, I believe, via the phone coming up at 9:30 this morning. And in just a couple of minutes, we will get to Donald Trump and his sentencing delay. And I know, Sean, you're chomping at the bit to talk about that, obviously, with what transpired yesterday as you sent us one of the screenshots of what went down and how exactly it is framed and worded. We'll get to that coming up right after the news, but let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:02, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live this Wednesday, July 3rd. We are at 65 degrees, bright sunny skies. We'll tell you about a big change coming for the holiday forecast, and we are sponsored this morning by Piazza Auto Group. So in the news this morning, a lot happening in Philadelphia and in the region, in the nation. Let's get to it as we talk about a 14-year-old girl recovering in the hospital, shot in the chest, happened in Pottstown, Pennsylvania. Police say this all began with a fight among teen girls and ended, yes, with shots fired in the suburbs of Pottstown outside Philadelphia. Happened on Myrtle Street in the Bright Hope community. Police officers said they responded to multiple 911 calls, found this 14-year-old girl lying there, shot in the chest, trying to save her life, rushing her to the hospital where she's in critical condition. It's the usual situation where we don't have arrests. We don't have the exact motive. There was some kind of a scuffle among teen girls, and so they continue to investigate and monitor all that surrounding surveillance, video, doorbell cameras, that sort of thing. But not a lot of answers here.
And not a lot of occurrences like that in Pottstown. You said the Bright Hope area?
Yeah.
I think I've played golf at one of the courses in Pottstown, and that sounds familiar. Yeah, that doesn't happen in that area.
It's just they get younger and younger, and we hear more about the girl fights.
Yeah.
And I know that a lot of law enforcement, they've told us that a lot of this starts on social media, right? And the kids come out then, and now they're all fired up. And we've seen this in Philadelphia in the suburbs, but that there's a social media aspect to this that fuels the flames. And then somebody obviously, I don't even know what kind of firearm it was. They have to trace that. Do they have the firearm? I don't have all those details.
Okay.
We also have police in Nether Providence. This is Delaware County, just outside Philadelphia, obviously. Police investigating at least 11 different incidents involving car thefts and or break-ins. So detectives say they're searching for at least 3 males. So by saying 3 males, they're not saying, are they 3 men? Are they 3 juvenile guys who are, who committed this rash of vehicle thefts and break-ins across Wallingford. So residents speaking out about it, saying this is not a common area where they've, experienced this type of crime, but they got away with at least 5 vehicles. In one case, somebody's license plate was stolen. Others, there were smash and grabs, break-ins, but they believe this group of at least 3 guys is responsible for this entire rash of incidents that occurred between 3 a.m. and 9:30 in the morning. Somerset Place, Liberty, Woodridge, Green Valley Roads, Ridge, Medbury Lanes, and Governor's Drive. And so it looks like these 3 just swept this entire area. By the way, police said they have already recovered 2 of the vehicles recovered in Camden, New Jersey, South Jersey, another one found in Ridley Township.
Can I go out on a limb and guess and speculate that this was either a Kia or a Hyundai? Just a random shot in the dark.
Oh, that's a good, I don't know.
Always seems to be those 2 brands. We've talked about this a lot in the past.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they're investigating that one, saying that they're upping the patrols, but also warning all the residents who aren't used to crime in that area in the suburbs in Delaware County. So reminding everybody, especially during the holiday break, a lot of people might have left one of their cars, and they're now on vacation, etc. The police are saying, make sure that your vehicle is locked up. If you have an alarm, set the alarm, that sort of thing, and just giving people across the region, not just Delaware County, just as a reminder, sometimes these roving criminal crews might strike a suburb near you. Speaking of the suburbs, one local suburban community dealing with the realities of high inflation. So in Bucks County, in one Bucks County town, officials have to decide what to do as far as trash collection because the contract is up. They usually sign a 5-year new contract, and because of all of the high inflation, this is going to hike some of the fees up to 75%.
Oh my goodness.
75%.
So are you now in this area, can you burn your own trash in the backyard?
No.
You cannot. Okay.
Illegal.
So you can't do that to save a few bucks. All right. Well.
No. Even though in Philadelphia, that's one of the big complaints in Philadelphia, because we're all, separating our trash. Then for a time they said, well, you can only put paper or cardboard. Then we found out they were just selling it to Chester, right?
Yeah.
The city of Chester.
Yeah.
Where they burned it in the incinerator. And then the kids there, because it's a poor community, have all these asthma and breathing problems.
Yep.
It's a hot mess.
It really is.
So they're saying that, it involves, when you think about collection fees, you're talking about manual labor, but you're talking about the recycling market. All of this impacted, like everything else, and fuel costs, etc. All the prices have been supersized. So they have done due diligence. They have 3 different bids with Waste Management, and they put together several options for the community to decide or vote on. But one of them, if they want things to remain the way they are, they would have to pay 75% more. And then another option is manual collection with a worker picking up trash twice a week. So that would go from $401 a year to $700 a year. So now they're saying that this could include switching to just automated collection, where a truck picks up the cans once or twice a week, but that would still cost way more money. They're going through it. They have all these different options, but it looks like they're going to go for one where they don't have the trash pickup twice a week.
Bidenomics, baby.
Yeah.
Bidenomics.
Even impacting garbage.
Yes, sir.
Build back better.
BBB.
There you go.
There you go.
And we've talked earlier this morning, other headlines, the union that represents thousands of Philadelphia city employees now filing a complaint with a judge trying to block Mayor Sherelle Parker's requirement that thousands of these workers, mostly administrative supervisory type jobs, by the way, high-paying jobs, I will point out to you, they must return to their offices full-time as of July 15th. So with about 2 weeks to go, they're taking court action. They don't want to go back to in-person working like they were working pre-pandemic unless they get another negotiation and they get more money. Mayor Sherelle Parker speaking out saying, hey, this is the process, but everybody's got to come back to work. It's good for the city, and we've got to keep Philadelphia moving. Get back to work.
Yeah, I can't imagine being one of these people that work remotely consistently And being in your house all day long, I don't know how that affects your mental health. I just, when we've talked about these stories in the past, I always bring up when I left sports in 2014 in Philly, and I had a Sirius XM satellite show, and they built me a studio in my basement. And I thought it was the greatest thing of all time. Like, all right, I'm going to go down my steps, go to work for 3 hours, and then come back up my steps. I was miserable. Like, I was in the house all day long. I'm like, I kind of miss the grind. I mean, I don't really miss the skookle, but I enjoyed actually, getting up, getting in the car, going to get coffee, putting gas in the vehicle, and going to work. I don't know how these people really enjoy working remotely, permanently full time. It's nice in little stretches, but for me, I got to get outside. It just drove me insane.
You bring up a good point, which is this is the union suing because they want more money. What do the actual workers have to say about it?
Mm-hmm.
And that's something we hear all the time, right? Even from the teachers union, especially, they don't always agree with what their leadership does.
Yep.
So we got that going on. We talked a lot about, and I love what Sean Farish said off the top. Thinking about patriotism on the eve of 4th of July. Battleship New Jersey is now announcing they're resuming tours after months of all the maintenance, all the repairs that we've talked about. So the tours for the Battleship New Jersey resuming today on the Navy's most decorated battleship, USS New Jersey, back on the Camden waterfront following that 90-day-long renovation. So self-guided tours on the Battleship New Jersey run from 10 o'clock this morning to 4 p.m. The guided tours start around noon. General admission, $10 a person, and gets you a great view of all the fireworks, by the way, for the holiday week. So a lot happening around our region. I'll say today's a beautiful day to get out and do something like that for anybody who has off work.
Yeah, we've given away tickets for that in the past when it comes to the fireworks shows. Yep.
So true. We are sponsored by Piazza Auto Group. Explore the most desirable luxury SUVs with the Defender, Discovery, and Range Rover models. You can schedule a test drive at Land Rover Willow Grove, Westchester, Harrisburg, or Wilmington. Find yours today. And our forecast, sponsored by Discover Lancaster. So let's get to it. We're at, 65 degrees, 67 degrees we've risen to now. This is a beautiful sunny day. And even though it's 86 degrees, that lower humidity, breezy weather, just a gorgeous day today for your Wednesday. The change happens starting tomorrow. So tomorrow, 90 degrees is the registered high. It will feel hotter and sticky because the humidity begins to rise as we look at our Thursday, July 4th holiday. And unfortunately, we will face some pop-up type showers as we track this for your Thursday. So you want to watch it depending on the fireworks displays, most of them happening obviously at sundown. So we could see some showers happening in the afternoon. Not a watch out in any manner. Friday, 91 degrees. That pattern continues with the possibility of scattered, showers or even a strong storm quickly moving through the area. So it's important to watch it. Saturday is the day we get the most rain, and that looks like, again, 91 degrees. The sun comes out, but there may be periods in the afternoon of, they're saying, drenching showers. So it's important to watch this ever-changing forecast, depending on where you're going, especially because we have all this travel happening, and maybe look at your travel times because we have a huge area. It's a changing forecast. I feel like I have to say this because what's happening in Philadelphia does not necessarily happen in, for example, if you're going to the Poconos, you're going to the mountains, or maybe you're spending time down the Jersey Shore and even the shore points. As far as if you're in Cape May versus if you're in Ocean City or Sea Isle, for example, it might be beautiful in Ocean City, might be raining in Cape May. Don't cancel any plans. Just don't let that happen because every single year we talk about this, it's a disappointment when you do. For the most part, it looks like these showers and storms should be passing showers and storms. So no washouts that I see. Sunday, a gorgeous day. Sunday and Monday, 92 degrees, a little bit lower humidity. The sun comes out. We don't see the rain chances Sunday into Monday. Sponsored by Discover Lancaster, calling all ice cream lovers, indulge in Lancaster County's mouth-watering ice cream trail. Sample delectable flavors at charming local creameries. Discover sweet delights around every corner. Find the trail at discoverlancaster.com today. Thank you, discoverlancaster.com today, for sponsoring our holiday forecast. This is Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in. Coming up next, Alvin Bragg's office not opposed to sentencing delays when it comes to Donald Trump and his hush money conviction. We will get to that story and what exactly is the motive, what's going on behind the scenes. We'll break that down on the other side. Kayal and Company, back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Where else should we celebrate Independence Day? I know Independence Hall, okay, the founders and all that stuff, but Johnny Z and Mulligan's, they're founders. The Dom Giordano Show always heads there. It happens today, noon till 3, 310 West Hildreth Avenue in Wildwood. Congressman Jeff Van Drew will be there. There might be some scotch tasting. Great food, great drink, lots of fun, lots of listeners. Today, noon till 3, 310 West Hildreth Avenue in Wildwood.
Is arthritic joint pain keeping you from doing the things you love? Dawn Stensland here. I'm talking about bone-on-bone pain in your knees, hips, back, or shoulder. There are exciting new cellular therapies that can get you lasting relief. QC Kinetics is helping patients like you every day. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, and I'm talking cutting-edge treatments which accelerate your own body's healing properties, revitalizing your joints so you can move again. They've helped so many people here and tens of thousands more across the country. So if you're living with chronic joint pain from arthritis or injury, you need to know steroids and surgery and pain pills are no longer your only option. Learn how QC Kinetics can treat the pain, enhance your joints, restore your mobility. No downtime. This is the future of medicine. Call for a free consultation, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Did you know you can stream Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app? Just download the free Odyssey app and search for Fox News Radio to hear the voices you trust. Brian Kilmeade.
Why are we so scared of Iran thinking that we're at war with them?
Guy Benson.
Get the bleep out of here. It's disgusting.
Jimmy Fala.
Then this administration rolled into town with a checkbook.
Are all on the free Odyssey app. From the news and talk to keep you informed and up to date during election season. Listen to Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-403-5569 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-403-5569. That's 800-403-5569. What do you have to lose? Call 800-403-5569. Again, 800-403-5569.
Oh, the holiday season is upon us. It's July. This is road trip season. There's no time like the present to get back out on the roads. And I know many of us will be hitting the roads, headed to the shore, to the Poconos. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're going to help you find that luxury vehicle you've been eyeing. You know you want it. You've earned it. Now go get it with a little help from my friends at Piazza. They have thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles from some of the most beautiful, sleek, powerful brands: Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, and more. Just visit them, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. You can stop by one of their many Pennsylvania, Delaware, or New Jersey dealers. Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
$7:20, Kayal and Company, as we continue live on this Tuesday morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick, Dawn, and Sean Cutchy coming up in about 25 minutes. This segment brought to you by Natural Lands. A monarch caterpillar eats 200 times its weight before it transforms into a butterfly, and the only plant it can eat is milkweed. Natural Lands natural preserves are filled with meadows of milkweed and happy monarchs. Learn more at natlands.org. Natural Lands, land for life, nature for all. All right, Sean Farish, you were the first one to see this yesterday. I will give you the honors in regards to Manhattan District Attorney and his office, Alvin Bragg, pushing off sentencing for a couple of months.
I can't wait to get into this because I spoke to a lot of people about it. I just want to, what was that stat about the monarch butterflies? Can you give me the first part about that?
They
what was
eat
that?
200 times their weight.
So in other words, what you're telling me is Chris Christie's trying to turn into a butterfly?
I knew you were going to go there. I swear to God.
Sloppy Chris Christie.
I actually said yesterday in the Twitter space that Donald Trump is going to make the pitch to New Jersey. When he says the largest deportation operation in the United States, he just means he's deporting Chris Christie, and he's going to win the state of New Jersey. Anyway, yeah, I heard that, and I was like, the joke writes itself. This Bragg Mershon thing is wild, right? So there was the letter that got sent out yesterday from Judge Mershon about the sentencing, the delay in the sentencing, and the final portion of that letter said the July 11th, 2024 sentencing date is therefore vacated. The court's decision will be rendered off calendar on September 6th, 2024. And the matter is adjourned to September 18th, 2024 at 10 a.m. for the imposition of sentence, if such is still necessary, or other proceedings.
There you go.
So I'm reading this, and I saw a lot of people kind of really honing in on the if such is still necessary thing. And I said, well, I mean, it is there, right? So there has to be a reason as to why it's there. Is this something that, is this a boilerplate letter? All the letters say the same thing and it's there all the time, standard operating procedure? Or is there more to why Judge Mershon used that phraseology and used that term and in this letter? And so, I put the call out yesterday on Twitter, on Truth Social. I spoke to somebody on Truth Social, said he was a lawyer and a judge for a period of time, and made it clear that the use of that if such is still necessary phrase and the use of that term isn't very common, but says it's purely a CYA move. So at first I thought there was nothing to worry about or really nothing to focus on, until I said, well, if Judge Mershon believes he has to CYA, right, if he's got to make sure that he's covering all of his bases, then there must be something there. So the conclusion basically that I came to after talking to this lawyer and now somebody connected to a New York State Supreme Court judge is that there has to be some level, Mershon has to have some level of uncertainty with regards to how this case and sentencing and the finale of this whole, debacle in New York City is going to play out. He's got to have some level of uncertainty about it, or else he never would have used the phrase, right? Because many people are saying that they won't just throw that in there if there's no reason for it. It's not just boilerplate, standard operating procedure language. So it sounds like Mershon himself is unsure as to whether or not there's ever going to be a sentence imposed on Donald Trump. And so from what Judge Jeanine Pirro and a lot of other people are commenting about here, apparently in the trial, I guess ex-presidential aides to Trump testified about, the business records, et cetera, et cetera. And if they were the ones that were handling the business records, then this is going to potentially be classified as an official act, and Trump may be immune to the prosecution. And I think Mershon realizes that is at least a possibility. There's no way, one way or the other, to know, how big of a possibility it is. But the prevailing thought around, from people around the courts who have experience in this is that he doesn't use that language if the possibility doesn't exist at all. So basically, bottom line, too long didn't read, is he uses the language of, if there's a what was the actual language? If such is still necessary,
right?
Or other
there
proceedings.
is a possibility,
Yeah.
or other proceedings, because there's a possibility that they may not be allowed, essentially, to sentence Donald Trump, that the entire case may be vacated. So very interesting to see that coming out of New York. And again, it's just this has been one of the worst weeks for the Democrat Party in a very long time. I mean, it's almost as bad as what happened to them 161 years ago. Pickett's charge today at Gettysburg, where Southern Democrats saw their chances in the Civil War getting whittled away across that field in Gettysburg as they marched up Cemetery Ridge. It's been a bad week for the Democrats, maybe as bad as it was 161 years ago.
Well, it's a good week then. Any bad week for persecutors is a good week for democracy and for all of us.
Amen to that. Amen to that. To me, and I said this yesterday, wrapping up the big take, I said this was never about imprisonment. This was about interference. This was about using the words convicted felon. This was about the campaign. This was about running brands and ads. And are you going to vote for a convicted felon in the billboards that we have seen? He's not going to jail. He's a first-time offender. You've listened to some of these probation experts. You look at his with what he was found guilty of, and you're probably thinking community service, a fine, a probationary period, and then probably an expungement of the record upon completion, which is usually what happens certainly for minors and juveniles, but it's also offered and presented to adults as well. But I would just say this, Dawn, if they want to, and I say they, Democrats, if they want to ensure Donald Trump wins in a landslide on September 18th, put him in jail and forget presumptive frontrunner, put the frontrunner to be the 47th president behind bars for 7 weeks and watch that implode before their very eyes. That you want to talk about a landslide victory? Forget Kamala Harris or this person or that person. Who would Trump blow out? Who would be a close race and a worthy competitor? You want Trump in a landslide? Put him in a jumpsuit and let him sit in a cell for seven weeks, and you can just take it to the bank right now that Donald Trump's winning re-election.
Yeah, because thank God we the people are part of the checks and balances. I think the Supreme Court did push the reset button, reminded everybody about the separation of powers, and it wasn't about Trump, it was about separation of powers. But I think in this case, what we have to remember is what SCOTUS did was they kept it vague enough that kept with that 6-3 ruling that they made about presidential immunity, that they're kicking it back to all these local courts. And so it's really more work for the persecutor prosecutors. In other words, are they really going to go through every single case? And in the Trump case, we know that so-called bookkeeping error, whatever you want to call it, the bookkeeping situation happened about 6 months into Trump's presidency. And so is it an official act because it happened during his presidency, because it happened in 2017? So they have to go through every single case, every single charge. Was it an official act? Was it not? In all of these different cases. And that takes meticulous work. You have to go through each thing.
Yep.
If they really want to continue with this, I would imagine they're looking at years to go through every charge, every case, because they have all the proceeding. Then you can appeal each one through the proceedings. It would be a hot mess, but it would tie up all of these persecutors, prosecutors, Alvin Bragg, they would have to work harder.
Mm-hmm.
All these people, they basically would have to redo every single case, which I think we would all agree is a huge waste of taxpayer money.
Yes, well said.
Yeah. And Nick, I was going to say, you mentioned Donald Trump's not going to jail, and I agree with you on that. But I really do. Now, this later date, maybe not because of the pressure that's on Mershon. Because by now, you see, sentencing him to jail on July 11th before the convention's a little easier than doing it a month and a half before the election, right?
Right.
But I don't think Mershon and Bragg and Colangelo and everybody that's involved in this, I don't think they go the lengths that they go to let him off with community service or house arrest. I think, and I'll say this, I don't think Donald Trump is setting foot in a prison. I don't think that's going to happen. But I think it's absolutely in the cards, if not likely, that he's sentenced to jail time, because Mershon can't be the guy. He just can't be the guy who lets him get off after all of this. He has to push it. He has to push the envelope. You said it's all about election interference. Who knows what the polls are going to look like by that time?
Right.
Who knows where the race is going to be? He's got to be the guy to say, yeah, we're going to sentence him to jail because nobody's above the law. Even if he'll know that Donald Trump's not actually going there, but then he has the out. He has the CYA essentially to say, well, I tried, but the appellate court didn't cooperate, right? I think they're going to sentence him to jail, but I don't think he's actually going to go to jail.
I don't.
Do you guys think, and if this is as coordinated from a collusion standpoint with the DOJ and the Biden campaign, like we all assume and believe, this is just not coincidental, the way these charges came out in March of 2023 and then April and then June of 2023. Do you think the Democrats and those behind the scenes will go to Mershon and have this conversation of, look, it was about this, it was about that, but we can't go this far because it's about us staying in power? Because if you are of the belief on the Democrat side of the aisle that imprisoning Donald Trump will backfire on you politically with an election, don't you almost have to tell Mershon that, and I'm just, spitballing here, if this actually goes on, you did your part, but that's enough. Like it was about convicted felon. It's not about putting him away because that will cause us to lose. Do you think that conversation could potentially take place if it's as deep as we think it is?
Well, I'm going to tell you this. I think that conversation is taking place with Mershon right now.
Okay.
At least it's possible. I spoke to somebody, again, connected to a New York State Supreme Court judge and the entire system, and reading between what we're seeing with the language in the letter, the postponement, the fact that there really wasn't any pushback to Donald Trump's motion. It's like the first time he's made a motion and they were just like, yeah, okay, let's go for it. Right. That there are people behind the scenes right now telling Mershon to back off. So I'm not saying that is or isn't what's happening, but I heard from somebody reputable who thinks that very well could be happening.
Dawn, what do you think?
Okay. There are two different issues going on here, right? We're talking about all the ramifications of it. But when you look at the court filing, and I had reported, we knew that this was coming, that they would, right? Because we knew that the Trump lawyers wasted no time in filing and putting a filing in New York v. Trump, in that case, in Manhattan, and saying they wanted to overturn the verdict. But also if you look at that court ruling, there's a lot more to it. So as far as the judge goes, he has to follow the law. And when you look at all the phone calls, you look at all of the evidence that they put into play, it's obvious to me that, although he stated in his ruling that he was not opposing putting this off, that he saw no merit in the Trump team saying that they should overturn the verdict. However, we know what's happening here, the appeals. And this is the legal process that every defendant is allowed to have. We all have due process rights.
Right.
Part of the due process is that the Trump team is already saying, hey, we've got to look through all of this. And if certain things were entered into evidence during that trial, then and they were as part of official acts. First of all, you have a ruling on what was official, what was not official, right? So that's a whole proceeding. And that's a week or two. Mm-hmm. But then you have to, even after that, do you do a retrial? Because that trial does not stand as far as I can see. If there's one thing out of it, one thing that is determined to be a, quote, official act, then the entire trial has to be overturned and they have to retry him. So that's my, as far as the sources that I've talked to try to, explain this, they say, no, this is a due process issue now. This is an appeals issue. I just don't see this happening before November 5th, that we actually get a sentencing. And then, technically in New York, you're not actually convicted until you're sentenced.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
So that's
right.
kind of sweet.
Yes, it is. It's a very sweet thing. And I think that I haven't heard what you heard, but I'm obviously it makes total sense. I was focused yesterday on that bit of language in the letter, but I'm happy that you'd spoken to people that had said that, they're going to have to go through all these charges. And if they find one piece that could be classified as an official act because of what the Supreme Court of the United States just ruled on, the whole trial gets tossed.
It's amazing.
And they have to retry him again and leave all of that out because it can't be a part of the prosecution. That's amazing.
We talked about the stress levels, and I've said this wondering out loud. And, if we would have had more time with President Trump back on May 10th when we interviewed him, I would have asked him, I'm like, how do you deal with the stress of 4 indictments, 91 charges, campaigning? And now the more you see this play out, you know what? It's the stress. It's on the Democrats. It's on all of these prosecutors, all of these judges, whatever the game plan was behind the scenes from, Letitia James, Fani Willis, this person, that person, Enga Moron, the judges, the DOJ, Merrick Garland, Jack Smith. They're the ones under the extreme stress levels now, because I don't think in their wildest dreams did they think this would be as difficult as maybe they anticipated when they decided to come forth with these charges and these indictments. I mean, I'm sure they knew the basics of, Trump's going to appeal this and he's going to try to delay that. But I mean, this entire thing, and look, there's been convictions in New York. There's been the civil judgment for E. Jean Carroll, 83, 84 million, whatever it is. But I mean, outside of these few spots where Trump's took a few L's in theory, I mean, this whole thing has just blown up in their faces, and it's just glorious to see because, Sean, you always talk about now we're at the point where Republicans no longer should be fighting fire with water, but fight fire with fire. You just got to sit back if you're a Trump supporter or a Republican and say, you know what, boy, we're getting to the point where we're going to do the same thing to Democrats. But I would just say this, not that you shouldn't pursue these types of things and fight fire with fire, but they're not as easy as, hey, we're going to indict, we're going to charge, we're going to arrest, we're going to convict, and then it's just wash your hands with it. So that's the one thing I would say moving forward is, like, litigation is painful.
Yes.
Everything just moves slower than a glacier.
Yes.
It's awful.
But think about Jack Smith, and I hope at the end of the day that DOJ, Merrick Garland, Jack Smith, he appointed Jack Smith as the special, not so special prosecutor. I hope they're taken to task.
He's special.
He's special. Look at his failed record and, basically ruining. He's that sick dog, dog that they sick on Republicans. Like what was the governor, McDonnell, who he got a conviction, basically ruined his life. And then at the end of the day, that whole thing was overturned. So on one hand, he's the dog they get to go in and appoint him to go after Republicans. On the other hand, failed record. He's not even good at. He's like the hitman who can't get the job done. So he's thank God, he's incompetent.
Yeah.
Nick, you said that.
Go ahead.
You said that too. You said that the Democrats that have all the stress here, and it's kind of that. It's the old adage: if you shoot for the king, you better not miss.
Yep.
And they have really, really missed. Right.
Yep.
To the point where you've seen it, bear itself out in the polls now that Donald Trump has gained in popularity, gained in fundraising. He's leading Joe Biden by over $40 or $50 million in cash on hand, according to The Hill. So, I mean, they've screwed up.
Yeah, they have. 855-839-1210. What's on the cut sheet? Well, you will find out in just about 5 minutes here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
The wait is over. Dell Technologies Black Friday and July deals are live. Check out incredible savings on select laptops and more, like the XPS 15, powered by Intel Core processors. The XPS 15 brings you the perfect balance of power and portability, plus stellar visuals and immersive sound. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to exceptional tech and electronics, plus free shipping on everything. Don't miss out on Black Friday and July savings at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head, and just over $30,000. That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask like 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. Optima Tax Relief. They're the best in the business.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Living with Lyme, a condition that you may have and not even know it. John DeMasi here, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Yes, you may be living with Lyme, even if you've had some kind of treatment. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the healthcare team at Innovative Medical Associates have dealt with this condition and have helped hundreds over the years live successfully with Lyme, mainly through the use of medical hydration. They've been able to reduce many of the symptoms associated with Lyme and allow their patients a better quality of life.
I want to get you through your initial challenge, working alongside with my physicians, and then get you to a place where we are looking at maintaining your immune system, maintaining your quality of life.
If you suspect you or someone you know has Lyme disease, visit innovativemedicalassociates.com on the web to schedule a free initial consultation or call 856-489-0505.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Are you tired of that dated old kitchen or that outdated bathroom? Ready for a refresh? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They've been transforming spaces quickly, beautifully, and affordably since 1979. You know, from refacing to custom cabinets. What about that backsplash? Counters. Yes, you can get the kitchen you want right now. They're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel, 10% off, and 12 months, no payments, no interest financing. This is Kitchen Magic. They do beautiful work. Just schedule your free in-home design consultation today. Get it on the calendar. KitchenMagic.com. kitchenmagic.com. You're going to love the magic. You're going to love your new kitchen or your new bathroom. Don't forget to tell them Dawn sent you.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Free speech lives here.
$7:45 Wednesday morning. Kayal and Company. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your Wednesday or maybe your early 4th of July holiday break. It's Nick, Dawn, and Sean as we continue here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app and, of course, watch us live on YouTube. We just received another $100 donation. So just over about $425 to go if we can hit our 15K goal. Ben2Sure.org or, of course, GregStockerSucks.com. All right, let's get to it. We got a lot to break down. It's time for a Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have amazingly competitive pricing plus an additional $1,000 discount on all new Volvos. Cherry Hill Volvo is where relationships really do matter. Judith, Yosef, and the entire team are looking forward to meeting you.
Thank you very much, Frank. As we get it going here, boys, we're going to start with clip 50. We didn't get to it earlier this morning before we pivoted to the Trump story, so we'll round back to what we were talking about around 6:35 this morning, and that is, once again, the Democrats and the far left playing identity politics. If Kamala Harris is leapfrogged over by somebody else, like a straight white man, Gavin Newsom, everybody is going to be crying foul. Newsweek with a column saying that Kamala is ready to go. She'll crush Trump in a debate, blah, 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 all this lip service that nobody buys into. But Stephen A. Smith on his YouTube show will delve into politics. And he had one California delegate on his show. And we've been saying this for months. Eventually, woke eats woke. They will go after their own if they feel like somebody is being victimized on their side and being treated poorly. Listen to what this lady had to say as to what they will do to the Democrat Party if Kamala Harris is replaced. Listen to this, clip 50.
So where are we getting agreement from on who this ideal Democratic candidate should be? Tell me that. Nobody's told me who it should be. And then tell me how you're going to get the 4,000 delegates, which I am one of them. I'm a delegate coming from California. So who's going to step out? One, tell Joe Biden you got to step aside. Because everybody's not being mature about this process. Joe Biden is not just the president. There's a whole team of people. There's an administration. So if Joe Biden, when he gets reelected, which my prediction is that he will, he brings with him Kamala Harris, the most diverse administration in the history of this country. Y'all need to just stay the course. We got more black judges appointed under Joe Biden than anyone, even President Barack Obama.
That is not the point, because we're not, once again, hold on, Reba. We are not.
I don't know anything about sports, but I know you don't give up on your star player in the middle of a game.
Okay, excuse me. Time out. Let me explain to you. I can give you a host of examples of when teams have given up on a star player that has gotten a bit too old and beyond his prime. It happens in sports all the time, not just with coaches, but also not just with players, but also with coaches and also with executives. That's absolutely not true.
I love the sports analogy here, Sean Farish. You can't give up on your star player. First of all, if Joe Biden's your star player, you're in deep trouble. And nobody has ever said that Kamala Harris in this role is anything close to a star. She might have been a star prosecutor way back in the day in the Bay Area. But in this capacity in politics, there's a reason why. This is not about race. This is about competency. And she is incoherent just like Joe Biden is on a different level.
The problem is she doesn't have dementia to hide behind. That's the issue, right? I mean, she's She's with it. She's just dumb. That's the problem. Like, she's just a dull bulb, right? This is the other thing about the whole replace Joe conversation. And while we all, I think, can acknowledge that the Democrats see Joe Biden as a weakness and a liability, how could you not, right? When you have a presidential candidate walking around in interviews, I no more think of myself as being as old as I am than fly. Nobody knows what that means. Nobody's ever going to know what that means. Just give it up. There's no way that anybody's going to be able to translate that into actual English. But you have a lot of people saying, well, they're just going to swap them out. You're talking about sports. This is not the same thing as, your pitcher who was supposed to go 5 innings now only went 3, and you're bringing in a righty out of the bullpen. It's not that simple. It really, really isn't, because the problem is, it's like you're jumping the shark. Someone else is supposed to come into the game, and it's like, well, we want to bring in this pitcher, but that pitcher's going to get upset. So now we're dealing with divas. But then there's the issue with campaign funding and then ballot access. I mean, it's not as simple as just a replacement, right? We talked about what happens in Wisconsin, Nick. I think we talked about that Daily Mail article on Monday, where in Wisconsin, short of Joe Biden dying, he is going to be on the ballot no matter what in November, not anybody else, short of him passing away, right? And in Georgia, if they don't do this within 74 days of the election, he's on the ballot, and those votes don't get counted if he's not actually running. So you're not just going to be able to put somebody else in, so it's not as simple as, well, let's bench the quarterback because he threw 10 interceptions like Zach Wilson. And just put somebody else in. It's not that simple. It's not that simple.
And it's also not logical to say you're going to ditch Joe Biden and then go Gavin Newsom. That's exactly what Bill Maher is doing, as he is calling for Biden to drop out, and he now backs Governor Gavin Newsom of California as the Dems candidate, which I don't understand coming from Bill Maher, to be completely honest, because I think Gavin Newsom is further left-wing, woke, and insane than Joe Biden is. And for 4 years, Bill Maher has taken a ton of abuse. Are you a closet Republican now, Bill? Are you becoming a... And no, he's not. He doesn't like Trump. He would never vote for Trump, but he's a classic liberal who hates the left-wing insanity. And now he comes out and endorses Gavin Newsom, of all people. I mean, think about this. Mass exodus from California, extreme lockdowns, rules for thee, but not for me. Never forget, everybody had to be masked up in California while he's out whining and dining with Magic Johnson. No mask on at an establishment. Los Angeles and San Francisco are crime-riddled, drug-infested hellholes. Gas is $7 a gallon. And now a lot of Hollywood A-list celebrities have come out and said, I'm sorry, California is unlivable. It's insane and too expensive, and people are fleeing. We talked about this a while back, Dawn, if you remember this. Remember the debate where Gavin Newsom was going to debate Ron DeSantis on Fox News with Sean Hannity? And I said, if you're DeSantis, the aha dunk on you moment should be as simple as, hey, Gavin, your in-laws left your state and moved to my state.
Yeah.
That's a moment you just don't recover. That's a mic drop, right?
It's obviously they left California because Gavin's doing just a great job. That's why they leave. And I've dealt with so many liberals. They're like, they see that I'm in Tennessee. They're, the poorly educated in Tennessee, you're over there. And I'm like, why? If this is they're like, it's a poor state. I said, if this is such a bad state, why is everybody coming here?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of people from California coming to Tennessee, a lot of people from the East Coast, Northeast, coming to Tennessee, Florida, these red states, Alabama, Huntsville, Alabama is blowing up like crazy down there. It's an hour and a half south of me. The city looks incredible. It's all new and houses are going up everywhere. If it was such a bad place to be, if life was truly hell in a red state, why are so many people leaving blue states to come?
Yeah.
I mean, are they doing it because, I feel so, or are they doing this to kind of remember how they took a knee in front of the BLM protester? Oh, I'm so privileged. I have to suffer for a little bit. Let me leave Gavin Newsom's California and live in, a great thriving state like Tennessee or Alabama or Florida. Is that what's going on? Are these Buddhists now who have to suffer to reach enlightenment?
Yep.
I mean, this is, no, that logic doesn't compute. It's wrong is what it is.
You have more freedom, you have less insanity, you have law and order and cheaper cost of living. The only thing I don't get, Sean, and you deal with it now. I dealt with it for 4.5 years when I lived in Nashville. I can't take the people that leave the blue states and blue cities for the red state for all that you like about it, and then you still vote Democrat when you get there. That I don't understand.
We're going to start. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up a new office here in Tennessee called the Office of Political Vetting. And if you ever voted Democrat in your life within the last 5 to 10 years, we have to put you on a waiting list to come to Tennessee. It's kind of like asylum. Yeah, it's kind of like the asylum seeking process, but we actually will vet the people who come in because no more of this, right? If you're leaving Gavin Newsom's California and then you're coming to Tennessee and you're voting for what made you leave Gavin Newsom's California, I don't want you here. You have to leave. You're insane, repeating the same behaviors, expecting different results. And by the way, the DeSantis Newsom debate, for anybody, there were a lot of people who were like, oh, this doesn't matter and it's a stupid thing to do. And I called it the JV debate because neither men were at the top of the list for, president in their party. However, what I did say was Ron DeSantis in that night basically ended all of the conversation about switching Biden out for Newsom that was going around at that time because DeSantis mopped the floor with him. And when you pull out a picture of the poop map with all the emojis on the thing and say, Gavin, look, say what you want about Florida, about you have a poop issue in your state. I've never seen this. You have an app that tracks where the feces are in California, and you can't make out the border of California. That's how much crap is everywhere on this app. So, I think DeSantis gutted the Newsom presidential rumors at that point in time. You didn't really see him doing as much. Now you're seeing it happen again because they're in desperation mode. But kudos to Meatball. I call him my little dumpling. We love him. He's my little dumpling. Kudos to him. He took out Newscomb. We call him a greasy guy. He's a greasy guy. Gavin Newscomb. He's a terrible person.
I would say, look, we have a lot of people that are very wealthy in our audience and people that are coming up on retirement. And if you're looking to get out of Pennsylvania and retire, I mean, Florida is my dream destination for retirement. I've said it on this show many times. Tony Bruno's living what I want to live in 22 years if I'm not dead already. But, I mean, I've lived in Tennessee for 4.5 years. I've worked in Georgia. I've been to Alabama as a diehard Alabama college football fan. I've vacationed yes, Roll Tide, brother. Vacationed in South Carolina. Like, if you're looking for places to retire and you've made your money and you just want to be left alone, I just jotted down 7 states: Florida, Tennessee, Georgia, Alabama, South Carolina, Texas, Arizona. Like, that would be my short list of never to be seen from again, heard from again. I'm going to throw my phone away. I'm going to ditch my laptop. I'm just going to ride out my days drinking, gambling, and golfing. That's all I care about. All right, let's continue here. We talked about Trump and the Manhattan case, but let's go back to another crazy judge, not Mershon, but Dawn, you call him Judge Arthur
Engomoron.
That is correct. And he apparently is one of these gym psychos that likes to take topless selfies and post them on social media. This is a judge. I mean, you talk about E. Jean Carroll and cringe moments of when she said,
judge with really bad judgment.
Yes, correct. And she was E. Jean Carroll was one of the quotes that she said was "rape is sexy." Here's Trump on tape in newly released audio, just absolutely eviscerating Judge Arthur Engoron. Clip 55, boys. Let's listen to DJT destroy Judge Arthur.
So they just finished up the trial. We won everything. We have a judge who just doesn't want to let it go. He's crazy. I don't know if you're liberal or not, but this guy is a radical left lunatic.
He's very liberal, and he's not a supporter of yours.
He's a political hack.
Yeah.
He's a real hack. When you look at him, he should have never had the case in the first place. He got it. A very dangerous system. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like very dangerous. The good news is we're killing him. He's getting horrible publicity.
Yeah, I saw that.
Horrible. The thing with his weightlifting and shit, he's crazy. He's a lunatic. Yeah. And he doesn't want to let it go.
This right here, and you say whatever you want about the judge, the case, the whole bit. This is why I think and the left can't figure it out. They still 9 years later, they don't get it. That's the president of the United States right there, Donald J. Trump, just being the everyman. And I get it. He hasn't qualified to be the everyman his entire life. He was wealthy. He's done great with his money. He's lived a great life. So he's in a different tax stratosphere, the whole bit. But he talks just like that is something I would be saying at the golf course with my buddies if I was in his shoes, regardless of his position, but just went through a ridiculous court case. I mean, we've got judges out here. We've got prosecutors that campaigned on getting Trump. And I've got a judge. Now, granted, he's not the Supreme Court justice, but you got a guy in a really reputable role. And he's posting selfies of himself working out at the gym. And what's Engeron, like 64 years old? Dude, what are you, a 19-year-old college kid? Give me a break.
It's insane. And did you know what he does in these gyms, right? Remember what James O'Keefe put out a few months ago where he's creeping out the girls? Did you see that?
Yeah, and O'Keefe tried to bait him into talking about some things.
He did bait him into talking.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Well, he didn't say much, but O'Keefe walked over and was like, yeah, we got to get these MAGAs out. You're doing a great job. Shook his hand. The judge never once was like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm impartial. He was like, okay, yeah, cool. Like he understood it, but he was creeping out the girls in the gym. He would walk up to these girls on these exercise machines and just stare at them and talk to them. And you could see the body language in the video. She's like, go away.
Mm-hmm.
And he won't go away.
Yeah.
So like Me Too movement, maybe, can we see that?
Mm-hmm.
I would like it.
All right, let's continue. We've got clip 53, boys. Dawn, you always talk about peace through strength, peace and prosperity. This is an amazing, amazing conversation here. Clip 53, boys. This is Congressman Wesley Hunt from Texas, who he and Byron Donalds have been doing this tour. They've been through Philadelphia. I think they call it, is it Cigars, Cognac, and Politics or something to that effect, trying to continue to grow the black vote within the Republican Party. And you'll see in this video Byron Donalds on the right, Wesley Hunt, and I believe this is with Sage Steele, the former ESPN anchor, who is now doing some stuff, I think, with Fox and Outkick. And this just goes to highlight what Dawn talks about, peace through strength. Listen to this great story from Wesley Hunt with Trump and the Taliban. Clip 53.
I'm gonna give you my favorite President Trump story. This is my number one favorite of all time. When we were negotiating with the Taliban, while President Trump was still the president, President Trump wanted to get out of Afghanistan, but he wanted a conditions-based withdrawal, meaning that you do what we tell you to do, and then we will start pulling troops back slowly as long as you abide by our rules. It's President Trump and Mike Pompeo, and they are talking to Taliban leadership in the room, and they had one translator in the room. President Trump looked at the Taliban leader and said this: I want to leave Afghanistan, but it's going to be a conditions-based withdrawal. And translator translated. And he said, if you harm a hair on a single American, I'm going to kill you. And the translator goes, and Trump goes, tell him.
Yes.
Tell him what I said. Reached in his pocket, pulled out a satellite photo of the leader of the Taliban's home and handed it to him.
Shut up.
Got up and walked out the room.
How about that, Dawn Stensland?
I love it.
That is peace through strength.
Yeah. That's like, and so, they're all saying amongst themselves, like, don't mess with Trump. Like he's not messing around. And they have, whether you say respect or fear for him. But I think that also what he's saying, it rings true. So we hear sometimes different stories about different presidents and this and that. This story rings true to me. And even, who is it, Shane Gillis, is it Shane Gillis, the comedian? He talks about, he jokes about the fact that Trump came out when he talked about El Baghdadi and the dog and he dives in the cave. I mean, that's Trump. And everybody knows it. You mess with America and we're going to come after you. And that's it. The withdrawal that we saw in Afghanistan, which, we're coming up on August and we're coming up on that commemoration.
Yeah, 3 years.
And then you think about what Biden said, and I know that some of our Gold Star families in our region across the country are outraged by what he said during Thursday's debate, where he either genuinely forgot or just disrespected on purpose those who died because of Biden's disastrous withdrawal of Afghanistan, those who died at Abbey Gate like that, the 13 and others since then. I think it just further illustrates the fact that we have a commander-in-chief right now who is incompetent.
And a total pushover.
And incontinent.
Yes.
That's number 2. and that's one of my favorite stories that Donald Trump tells. He does this story. I met with Abdul from Afghanistan. Abdul, I told him, if you hurt any Americans, we're going to take you out. And the translator wouldn't say it. So we said, Abdul, it's a beautiful house you have here. Look at that, our drone. And we could do a lot of bad things to that. And he listened to us. You know that he listened to us. He didn't screw around. I love those stories, and it's you know what, I think the world leaders probably are upset with Trump for it's he's telling these private stories, but I think that's the best thing. You talk about transparency. Donald Trump is telling you what he said in these meetings with with Winnie the Pooh, with President Xi, about drug dealers and Abdul, about Afghanistan, and it's cool to get that insight, and then to hear him tell the story, because obviously there's embellishments and there's things like that. It's just Donald Trump, but it's really funny to listen to him. That is Trump being Trump, and peace through strength. Hey, it worked, right? 4 years ago. There's no counter argument. It worked. Period.
And Sean, how did Trump say it with Al Baghdadi and he died like a dog?
Well, you know what happened? We talk about it. We had Al Baghdadi, and he died like a dog, crying and screaming and whimpering into the tunnel the entire way. The men blew a huge hole, a big, beautiful hole. They ran right in. He was crying and screaming. And we took him out, and we showed everybody what happens to you. If you mess with America, you will wind up running like a dog with your tail between your legs, wishing it was not happening to you, but it happened. And we took him out. He died like a dog, and it wasn't even as nice as what happens on Christy Gnome's ranch. It was even worse than that. He died like a dog, a total dog, and that's what we do. You mess with us, that's what happens.
Well said.
He didn't say all of that because Christy Gnome, but he did say he died like a dog.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what happened.
Big shout out, by the way. Francine just donated $500. So we have now officially reached our $15,000 goal. This audience is just incredible. So thank you. Great stuff. And oh, by the way, with the bike ride coming up, our jerseys that you will get if you join the team to ride, it's all sponsored by David Gelman Law, gelmanlawfirm.com for all of your criminal defense and also your personal injury. If you are a Newsmax and Fox viewer and watcher, you've probably seen David Gelman on television the last couple of months, as he has done a lot of analysis from the criminal defense standpoint of the Donald Trump trials. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. All right, let's round back to what we were talking about in the big take, the cognitive decline of Joe Biden. Boys, we're going to rip through 45, 46, and 47 here. Not the presidents, but the clips on the cut sheet. Cuts 45, 46, and 47. The binder was in spin mode yesterday. And you know what? At this point, I actually genuinely feel bad for anybody trying to spin Joe Biden at this point, if that's your job. Look, she signed up for it, blah, blah, but like, she has such bad facts to work with. It's like she's basically cornered, and there's nothing you can do. You can put lipstick on a pig. It's still a pig. It's getting late early for the binder. I don't know that she's going to be around much longer, to be honest. If I were her, I'd be looking for a media soft landing gig elsewhere. Here's clip 45. KJP says she's sensitive to polls to which show a supermajority of Americans believe that her guy, her boss, is cognitively impaired. Clip 45.
And we have a new poll from CBS News that says 72% of registered voters say the president does not have the mental and cognitive health to serve as president. So are you saying that the majority of Americans are misguided and that they just need to trust Dr. O'Connor and take him at his word?
So a couple of things, and I want to say the president is feeling better, and you saw him last night, you saw him today, but he does indeed still have a cold. Look, I want to be very sensitive here, and I think it is important to be sensitive here. We understand how the American people are feeling. We get it. We do. And I do not want to take away from that. I'm not going to speak. I know that there was, you all did a poll, CNN did a poll. I'm not going to speak to every poll. I'm just not going to do that.
Don't worry, we'll handle all the polling for you, Karine. It's not good for your guy. So what is it? Did he have a cold? And I know these are not obviously real excuses, but their story keeps changing. First they say Thursday he had a cold. Then he was worn down from international travel. Then apparently, miraculously, the cold disappeared Friday at his rally in Raleigh, North Carolina. Now the cold is back? What is he going through? Like it's like a roller coaster. He's got a cold one day, the next day he's good, then another cold. What's going on with the big guy here?
They missed an opportunity, guys. They missed a huge opportunity here. They should have just said he has long COVID. It would be done. That would it. That would be it. I'm so shocked. You could have had Corinne Jean-Pierre coming out and just going, oh, the president had COVID a couple months ago, and it's such a serious disease, and this is why everybody should get vaccinated, because now he's suffering from long COVID, and it can cause cognitive issues. I mean, perfect spin.
There you
People on
go.
the left would have believed it, but they didn't do it. They didn't do it. And instead, they said an 81-year-old who can't control his bowel movements, incompetent, incontinent, recovered from a cold in 8 hours. I don't think anybody's ever seen. I mean, look, colds are annoying because you're sick, but you're not, right? Like it's not a serious thing, but you're still miserable.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're down like that, you don't just, you can't just, I don't care how much Zicam, Zyrtec, orange juice, anything. I don't care how much you take. You don't just rebound from a cold after a late night debate where you literally look like you were next to death. And the next day you're jacked up, screaming and waving your fists in the air. They should have gone the long COVID route. They didn't. And I think they're worried. I think they're nervous and panicking. And I do, Nick, I sympathize with anybody who has to cover for Joe Biden, because there's an awful lot. There's an awful lot to cover for him about. And it's kind of hard. I said it the other day. There are a lot of holes in the dam, right? The water's starting to come through and there's not enough fingers to plug the holes. So big problems, but I think they should have gone the long COVID route. I don't know about you guys.
What a great idea. I never even thought about that. You know what? I take it back. I don't feel for her. You know what? She should have came up with that theory and ran it by the people in the back and said, you know what?
Yeah.
What if we go out there with the whole long COVID idea? That people will sympathize with that, right? Sean Ferris,
she's not smart enough.
You might need this. You might need to take over for the binder.
Yeah. Listen, I would love to. I'd answer every question like Trump. The reporters would ask me questions. Well, he's doing a horrible job. I have to say that. You ask that question, he's doing a terrible job. I'd get fired in one day, but it would make for great content.
It definitely would.
I wonder, though, to your point, if the White House, because this is the official record, then would that spur questions of, well, we have a doctor. He has a full-time dedicated doctor. Have you tested? And I wonder if there's something official with that they just have to say, well, he has a cold.
Yep.
Because they can lie about something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But once you
Right.
start saying specific things and you're on the official, because this is a government record,
Right.
you are an official government employee. And so to claim he has long COVID, there are tests for that.
Mm-hmm.
Because you
Are there tests for long COVID?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Wow, I didn't know that.
They're doing major research on it as well. At Rutgers,
Wow.
I had interviewed a scientist who's studying long COVID and, in fact, talking about the fact that for certain people, it can spark or worsen if you have any kind of dementia. It can spark dementia or it can worsen dementia.
Mm-hmm.
So I suspect that they didn't want to go there. I mean, maybe we're going into the weeds here, and maybe I'm reading too much into it.
All right. Let's hear a little bit more from the binder. Kudos to the media, the assembled media, as they gathered, and they were grilling Corinne Jean-Pierre. Clip 46, as she keeps talking about it, was just a bad night for Joe on the debate stage.
Okay, well, you continue to say it was just a bad night, but is there an explanation then for why it was so bad? If it's not his stamina, if he prepared, as you guys say, for so long, if it's not a problem with his mental fitness, what happened that night? What did we see?
I will also add that the president also spoke to this as well. He said, I'm not as smooth as I used to be. I don't debate as well as I used to. I don't walk as easily as I used to. But one thing that he knows is how to deliver for the American people. He understands that. He understands that he's not a young man, obviously. He said this.
It's so insulting. Forget what Corinne is saying or anybody in this administration. What is infuriating, and this is what you jam right back into the left's face when they want to come after you for attacking an 81-year-old. This is an assembled media. This is the New York Times, the Inquirer, the Washington Post, CNN, MSNBC, on down the list of all the usual suspects. All they did for 4 years was say everything was misinformation, disinformation, it's a lie, and they insulted our intelligence. for any of us that consume any of the presidential politics and appearances and press conferences and State of the Union addresses, we all saw this. I mean, and it was palpable. I mean, from 2019 to 2024, his decline is a rapid acceleration in the wrong direction. And now all those outlets that bashed us and said we were insane, don't trust your eyes, now they're pivoting in the last moment. And it's just, they're the misinformationists. They're the disinformationists. They're the ones with the cheap fakes and the deep fakes. I mean, you can just go online. And one week the New York Times says this, and then they jump to the other realistic conclusion a week later, and then you call them out for it. And it's a context, it's a nuanced conversation. No, we all see it. We all see it. Let's stop smearing those who had it figured out 3 years ago, and just admit you were wrong and apologize to us. That's what I want. I want an apology from all of those people.
Yeah. You know what's funny? Remember the mask debate? And they, we were like, hey, we were right about the masks. And their excuse was, well, the science evolved. I said the science evolved, but the virus didn't. And everybody knew that the virus was the same size the entire time. You're no matter how hard you try, you will never be able to stop mosquitoes with a chain link fence. You could try hard. You could say the science evolved. It's never going to happen. Right. And that was my favorite, was the science evolved. Well, then we were evolved before the science. Then you shouldn't have been bashing us because we were right before all of this evolution and all of the new information came out. How the hell were we ahead of the curve when Fauci wasn't? It's obviously that it was all agenda driven. So these people who made their money and they were able to enhance their platforms by sucking up to the government and sucking up to the pro-lockdown side of things. And, we have to, stay home, save lives, and buy all the toilet paper and panic, because that gets people, it's easier to control people that way. The people who decided that was the side of history they wanted to be on, they've got a long battle ahead to atone for that, because if I were them, I wouldn't be able to sleep at night.
I'm glad you brought up Fauci. Fauci apparently was on CBS News over the last day or so, and he told CBS that he has, quote, no doubt that President Biden has the mental capacity and vigor to carry on with his duties. So a guy that got everything wrong in his lifelong field of science, which is airborne respiratory illnesses and the whole NIH gig and the whole thing, he failed in every element over the last 4 years. Now all of a sudden he wants to jump into neurological conditions and claim that he's an expert there and say, Biden's fine and can do the job. The fact that they still roll out Fauci in any capacity, even beyond hit the COVID-related content, is a joke. And I'm actually glad you brought up masks, Sean. Let's get to clip 49. I found this yesterday. This is courtesy of Libs of TikTok on X, as this woman cries actual tears because 3 or 4 nurses told her that her mask doesn't do any good. Wait do you see and watch this clip. This is clip 49, the cold hard truth about masks.
So I'm trying to paint a picture of the conversation that I just had at infusion. I just got back to my car, and the nurse threw a bonus mask into my purse from the sterile kit, and I said, oh, hey, thank you, I can always use more of those. And she's like, yeah, we can use less of them. And I was like, oh, I know, we're all really tired of wearing masks, I get it. And she goes, no, they're pointless. And I said, what? I was like, even in an oncology and hematology infusion center, you feel that masks are pointless? And she was like, yeah, we didn't wear them before COVID. And I was like, even with neutropenic patients, even with patients that have no white count, no immunity, no nothing, you still feel that masks are completely irrelevant. She was like, yeah. And I was like, wow. And then 3 other nurses popped over and she asked them, she's like, what do you guys think about masks? Are they irrelevant at this point, even in oncology? And they were like, I mean, we're pretty sick of it. I don't really think we need to be doing it. We weren't doing it before COVID. And again, I was like, even with neutropenic patients, you don't feel that masking is necessary. Even with accessing ports, you don't feel that masking is necessary. And I just had 3 to 4 grown women who were nurses look at me and tell me no. And like, I'm not an oncology patient, but I am immunocompromised. And I, quite frankly, have never looked at fellow human beings like that and like known exactly where I stood in some kind of a hierarchy, and know that like at the end of the day, I don't matter. And if I don't matter, so many people on this oncology floor don't matter. And if this is one clinic in Washington State, we're supposed to matter. I'm so floored that conversation even just happened. So floored. I have a lot of unpacking I need to do for that one, for sure.
Sean, I'll give you her number later. You can inform her tomorrow on the Easter Bunny. I don't know that she'll be able to handle that truth either.
Yeah, I'm going to have to let her know about that. The Tooth Fairy.
Kids are listening. They're all real.
Right. They're all real. That's what we're going to tell her. We're going to say they're all real.
Yes.
We celebrate holidays with them. The Easter Bunny and the Tooth Fairy, and, you know, Dylan Mulvaney's actually a woman, and so is, you know, Caitlyn Jenner and Rachel Levine.
You know, on a serious note, like, I feel bad for her towards the end where she's like, I don't matter. No, you do matter. It's just that what you were told about the mask has been just a song and a dance, and it's just like, wow. I mean, and, you know, I don't know about you because I'm not in Tennessee and I haven't been down there permanently in a little over 2 years, or just about 2 years now. Are people down in the Nashville area, do you still see people out and about wearing a mask at the grocery store? I still see it up here in Pennsylvania in, you know, small little pockets, so to speak.
So I was just in Washington State, and I saw it a ton in the Portland airport. I flew in there and then drove into Washington. But I don't see it as much here in Tennessee. I saw it a lot, though, in Portland, which doesn't surprise me. But I do see it from time to time, and I'm so done with it. You know, I'm so done with wearing the mask, and, you know, you're thinking it's helping. So whenever I see it, I start singing loudly the Imperial March, the Star Wars, you know, I like it's Darth Vader. When they walk past me in the supermarket, I just start going, bum, 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 ba-da, bum, ba-da. And they don't know what I'm doing. They just think I'm a Star Wars fan. And I am, but I'm secretly mocking them because what are you doing? You're not helping anybody. You're not helping yourself. You're not helping me. You're not helping your grandmother. You're helping nobody. You look stupid. Now, here's the rule. We're going to do a new rule. If you're an ugly person, you have to wear a mask, okay? Because nobody wants to see that. AKA, if you're a pro-abortion protester, you have to wear a mask. These are ugly people who'll never need to have an abortion. That much I can tell you. But if you're a beautiful person, let us see your face. Let us see your smile. That's why I don't wear a mask anymore. Too beautiful for that. And I have the greatest immune system and antibodies the world has ever seen. The Supreme Court just told you that. I'm immune to everything. I'm like Superman.
Wait a minute. This is like back in the day, the double bagger. It's a double masker.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you put
Bongino called that
KN95
when people wore the double, he called it rocking the deuce. So there was back in the day, you know, we would see it. I would start screaming in the airport, we got a deuce.
Yeah.
And people thought I was Biden in front of the Pope. And I was like, no, not me. It's that guy. He's rocking the deuce, the double mask right there. Well, saving the world.
I was shouting that during the last commercial break down in the men's room.
Ew. Too much.
I know what mental illness looks like.
Real heroes wear capes. No, real heroes wear masks. Apparently, there it is.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right, let's get back to Joe Biden and his decline. This is clip 41, boys. I tell you what, Nancy Pelosi might be kind of in retirement, but she's making all the media rounds, and now even she is turning on Joe Biden as she says this. Nancy Pelosi, clip 41.
So we have all these things that he was masterful in helping to orchestrate, to write, and to pass. So he has a vision, he has knowledge, he has judgment, he has a strategic thinking and the rest. He has a bad night. Now, again, I think it's a legitimate question to say, is this an episode or is this a condition?
It is a condition. This is not a one-off episode. This is the same thing repeatedly. The only thing that really changes with Joe is the low energy versus the high energy in the shouting. But like if you get past the style of the presentation and you just absorb the substance or the lack thereof, that's the consistent pattern here is saying things on the teleprompter that you're not supposed to say, losing the train of thought. And, I mean, they're relegated now to bringing him out with an orange tan. This is an administration that is big on optics, right? All they care about is the optics, especially with DEI, where everybody looks differently, lives a different life, but they all think the same. Didn't anybody sit there and maybe do like a last-second proofreading session where they say, you know what, maybe we shouldn't send out our guy looking like Donald Trump with a fake tan since we care so much about optics? Did they think we were just going to be like, wow, man, Joe really spent the day at the beach of Delaware? You didn't get a tan like that overnight. Come on. These people are a PR nightmare, really, is what they are.
Came out looking like Snooki, right? Just totally orange. It was insane. He looked like a sweet potato. Like, I don't understand why they did. Like, if you want to make him look a little, my wife puts on makeup and all that. She's never walked out orange before, right? So it's like, if you want to, make it look like maybe you have a little more life, you get a little more tone in your skin, etc. Like nice kind of, instead of being so pale. But did you have to come out looking like the Great Pumpkin? I mean, like, I just don't understand how we couldn't find a happy medium. You had to look like you went headfirst to a tub of cheese doodles. I don't get it.
I just want to know, did he get one of those? And I admit I've done this before, where you actually go to a place and you undress, and the woman does has a big sprayer, and they just turn, and you have like paper towel covering certain areas if you want or not. So did he go in the sprayer? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, is it a whole body spray? Did they
what happened.
What?
I know what happened. It's very obvious. If we can't see this, his son is a world-renowned artist. That's who put his makeup on. It was Hunter Biden, the artist. He did the face paint on Joe Biden. That's why it looked like that. It's abstract art. That's what it is.
I liked your idea yesterday that he jumped into like a 50-gallon tub of Tang.
Tang. Yeah, it was Tang. I think now I'm revising my theory. I'm going from Tang theory to Hunter theory.
I love it.
It was Hunter Biden who put the orange on his face. He's a great artist. It's more abstract art. He's actually trying to sell Joe Biden to people. Actually, he does it all the time anyway.
Yeah.
He does it. He sells Joe, but he's doing it again.
Guy.
He's doing it again.
Does anybody actually know, if anybody in the audience can tell us, send us a tweet or on YouTube, is Tang still a thing? Is it still sold in grocery stores? Is it still an item you can buy? Does anybody actually buy it?
I don't know.
I mean, that was like a late 80s, early 90s thing, right? Like back in the day when people would buy the little canister of Kool-Aid, right? And the powder, and mix it in the big jug with ice and water and stick it in your refrigerator.
Wow.
What a time
it is.
that
You
was.
can get it in Walmart. You can get Tang in Walmart.
What are they? What's the cost of Tang these days with inflation?
Let's see. I'm on Walmart here. Tang drink powder, orange, vitamin C, caffeine free, lame, 20-ounce jar, $3.84.
Okay.
$3.84.
There you go. Stock
Tang.
up.
I didn't realize it was still around. That's crazy.
Stock up on Tang before the next pandemic hits, folks. All right. Let's get to MSNBC. You would think if you are Joy Reid or Ari Melber or Rachel Maddow that when you're on for an hour, you would be wall-to-wall Biden. But no, clip 38, boys. Rachel Maddow going on Joe Biden. And by the way, Rachel apparently last night had Stormy Daniels on her show. I mean, because, let's talk about Stormy Daniels. Horseface. That's correct. Clip 38. Here's Rachel Maddow talking about the big guy.
I will say, in fairness, if the Democrats are going to change their nominee, they should maybe get on it. Right? Don't take advice from me on this, but it seems like common sense that, just waiting a while is the worst possible solution. If Vice President Kamala Harris or anyone else is going to take over the top of the ticket instead of President Biden, that candidate will need enough time to actually run a campaign, and it's July. So I don't know if the Democrats are going to replace Joe Biden at the top of the ticket or if they should. The only person who can make this decision is the nominee himself, President Biden himself. But I do know that the window to make this decision is right now, and it's about this wide. Right? Speak now or hold your peace, Democrats, if you actually want a chance of competing here. Because meanwhile, the Republicans are delighted to be running their felon, the guy who really did sick the rioting mob on Congress
Oh, my gosh.
They're really running him while he is awaiting sentencing himself for a whole separate set of dozens of unrelated felony charges. The case in which those 34 felony convictions against him were obtained is a case that took years to get into court, in part because while Trump was president, his Justice Department ordered federal prosecutors to stop their investigation of Trump in conjunction with that case. We
There
know
she
that
is.
from the former U.S. attorney in that federal district who wrote about it in his book.
All right, it's enough of her. Let's get rid of that.
I
It's
can't.
Enough. So let's get, this is a scary exercise, but let's go into the brain of Rachel Maddow for a moment. What do you think? What do you think?
Now
her
let me put a
sugge-
mask on, okay?
Yes,
Now let me put a mask.
yes, and put on a helmet as well, because this is a dangerous exercise, and we don't want any concussions. What do you think her ticket would look like? I could see her saying, I would think a Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg ticket would be the winning ticket to beat Donald Trump. Don't be surprised if you have these people all of a sudden start saying Kamala for president, and they're going to have a white male as the vice president. That totally fits the world we're living in with the far left ideology. That's a prediction I'm making right now.
So you're saying Harris and Buttigieg.
Harris and Mayor Pete.
Mayor Pete.
Nobody knows how to pronounce his name. Buttigieg.
Buttigieg.
I don't know. Wow. Okay. I'm trying to think. I'm gonna say Mad Cow would probably look for a ticket of Whoopi Goldberg and Joy Behar. She's gonna go straight view. And by the way, that's a black woman and a white man.
Right. Oh, maybe we can get a Joy Reid, Rachel Maddow ticket. If we're going
That's
down
also
the road
a black
of-
woman.
Yeah,
That-
TV
Yeah, that's also a
celebrities.
black woman and a white man. Yes.
Yeah.
So, there you go.
How about that?
Yeah.
All right.
See what you did there. Does
I
that
see what I
mean
did there.
that Pete Buttigieg would be the VP for Harris?
Well, that would be a white woman.
That would make Pete the first lady, or something. I don't know.
No,
it's weird science.
Madam Vice President. is what it would be.
Madam
Unless,
Vice
I mean,
President.
now you're saying that he's married to Kamala Harris, right? So I don't know. That's just great.
It's Democrats.
It's great.
Weird things happen.
You never know. By the way, these days, you never know. He could identify as Harris's spouse. He could.
You're right. Let's get to some polling data. It's not looking good for the Democrats right now. And this is clip 36, boys, as NBC's Steve Kornacki reveals how Democrats are in trouble in the state of New Hampshire. Clip 36.
First of all, they asked a general question. Should Biden, this is just in general, should he be running for president? They've asked that throughout the year. Back in February, 37% of voters said that Biden just should be running for president. Now, right after the debate, they have that number dropping to just 28%. By comparison, they asked the same question about Donald Trump post-debate. The number is 46%. Now, more specifically, in response to the debate, they asked this: what should Biden do right now in the wake of this debate? And in this CBS poll, 64%, basically 2/3 of the electorate, said he should step aside. And I think what's particularly troubling for Biden in that number, not just the fact that it's 2/3, is look at within his own party. This isn't just his political opponents saying he should get out of the race. This is worry within his own party, concern within his own party. 45% of Democrats saying that Biden should step aside. And obviously that performance, I think, just reinforcing and maybe even increasing in terms of its potency, the main concern, or one of the main concerns we've seen over and over when it comes to Biden, and that is his age. This is a Gallup poll just before the debate, and already going into the debate, 67% of voters said they considered Biden too old to be president. That's 30 points higher than the number for Donald Trump. And just take a look at the other oldest nominees in history. John McCain in 2008, Dole 96, Reagan in both of his campaigns. The number was somewhere in the 30s, even the 20s for Reagan. That Biden number is a number we've never seen for any candidate before. And I will say, as we wait for definitive polling, we do have one poll that is now asked the horse race question after the debate, asking Biden versus Trump after the debate, who are you for? It's just from one state. It's from New Hampshire. But in that New Hampshire poll, this is out just a couple minutes ago, Trump leads by 2 points in the new New Hampshire poll. If you can read my writing, Trump +2. And the critical thing there is in 2020, Biden carried New Hampshire by 7.5 points. So we don't have a pre-debate poll from St. Anselm was the pollster here. Their last one had been in December. They had Biden up 10 then. This is their first poll since December. But at least compared to the 2020 result in New Hampshire, their poll just after this debate is a pretty big shift.
I know it's polls, and we should always take them with a grain of salt because they have not been accurate the last couple of years, but that's pretty astounding. And when you look at this, I don't know if you guys saw this, if this is true, a Democratic polling data company, apparently internally, this was leaked. And according to the graphic, I retweeted this earlier this morning, according to what Democrats look at internally, the Electoral College is telling them right now, Republicans 333, Democrats 205. If that, and this is a swing state sweep, and also New Hampshire, as Kornacki was talking about as well. Just looking at it, I mean, the only blue states I see are Washington, Oregon, California, Colorado, Minnesota, which we know is still in play, and Illinois. Before you get to the East Coast and the Mid-Atlantic areas.
I think with polling right now, the fact that New Hampshire is a +2, and that's St. Anselm, and that is not one of those pollsters that skews to the right. We talk about the poll out of New Jersey that had Trump leading by 1 point is from a pollster that does have a right-leaning bias. St. Anselm is not one of these pollsters that has that right-leaning bias. So that is a significant poll. I think if we're seeing a New Hampshire +2, if we're seeing nationally, if any of these national polls like CNN, Quinnipiac, New York Times, USA Today, Data for Progress, not a friend of Donald Trump, finding him up 3 to 6 points, you could see states like Minnesota, Virginia start to go, and maybe even possibly New Jersey. You could see a very tight margin in New York. I mean, if you look at Trump winning the popular vote, it means that he's going to be pulling a lot of voters that would normally be voting for Democrats in those major metropolitan areas like New York, Philadelphia, Minneapolis, St. Paul, Seattle, Portland, Chicago, Detroit, Atlanta, all of those different areas. And if that happens in those states, it's going to drastically change the results in those statewide races. And I think if you see Donald Trump leading in the popular vote and pulling massive amounts of the urban voters, whoever it is living in those big cities, you may see a couple of surprises on election night.
Speaking of, and this will be the last clip for the cut sheet, boys, clip 27. Speaking of not a friend to Donald Trump, let's get to Sean Farish's buddy, his pal, Rosie O'Donnell. Rosie O'Donnell fighting back tears after the SCOTUS ruling for Trump's immunity. Clip 27, Rosie, take us away.
Those are the squirrels talking. They probably want more walnuts.
She looks like Mike Francesa.
All right, I'm going to go feed them. Listen.
I will back.
I'm depressed myself, but I'm trying to tell you out there, if you are, you got to hold on. We've survived all the depressing days so far. We'll survive this one. Reach out for your friends for help. Tell the people that you love how you feel. And know that this country, I believe, is going to right itself and oust him for good in November. And boy, I pray. That's all I got to say. TikTok, you don't stop.
Sean, your thoughts?
TikTok.
Rosie O'Donnell is a disgusting animal, both inside and out. I got to find her TikTok and do a stitch on that. I have to do something with this, because she never usually gives me this material. She does look like Mike Francesa a little bit too. What happened to her?
I have no idea.
I saw the face on the screen and I expected, we're back. Listen, get lost. Okay. She's a mess, right? Talk about rough on the eyes. She's an ugly person inside and out too, like Joy Reid.
I think I could be a good promoter and sell fights and pay-per-views. I need a Rosie O'Donnell versus Roseanne Barr match. That's what I need in
Rosie
my life.
versus Rosie.
Yeah.
Battle of the Rosies.
I'd pay $79.95 plus tax to watch that.
Roseanne
on
Barr.
pay-per-view.
Roseanne Barr wins in one round. That's very easy.
I think so.
It wouldn't last long.
All right, that'll do it for the cut sheet. We'll get to a big three from Dawn on the other side, but let me tell you about my friends at Piazza Acura. I'm telling you, folks, if you're looking for a very stylish vehicle that's not going to set you back for years financially, Piazza Acura, the 2024 Acura Integra, it is the Performance Road and Track Vehicle of the Year. I was an Acura owner for 10 years. I had the little ILX, but I'm telling you, the Integra, by far the most striking Acura I've seen. Well equipped with all sorts of tech features and advanced safety, and you're going to get all the trimmings as well, including a 16-speaker premium audio system, Wi-Fi, hotspot capability, and much, much more. Visit PiazzaAcura.com or drive the new Integra today in Westchester, Ardmore, or Reading, and tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Where else should we celebrate the 4th of July? All right, Independence Hall. That might be a good idea, but I say go to Mulligan's, 310 West Hildreth Avenue, right there in Wildwood. We'll be joined by Congressman Jeff Van Drew. Wants to meet his constituents. We hear there's some scotch tasting going on, too. But in addition to all the stuff, great food with Mulligan's. Come and join us noon until 3 this coming Wednesday, July 3rd on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force.
They're coming to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
Then Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like, 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Ink card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Ink Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
The wait is over. Dell Technologies Black Friday and July deals are live. Check out incredible savings on select laptops and more, like the XPS 15, powered by Intel Core processors. The XPS 15 brings you the perfect balance of power and portability, plus stellar visuals and immersive sound. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to exceptional tech and electronics, plus free shipping on everything. Don't miss out on Black Friday and July savings at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is known for being South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. Choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area or have their master jewelers create a one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Canella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, VH1, TLC, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. And with up to 3 streams at once, you'll never have to fight about what to watch. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows, and save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR, so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere, for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC Plus. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's philo.tv.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano for my friend, dentist and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz and the Bentz Dental Group. His state-of-the-art facility makes your dentistry as easy as can be. Recently, they had a permanent tooth put in. And you know how it is. In the past, you bite down, it's too high. It's always too high. The back and forth getting it just right. Well, not this time. With Dr. Bentz, it fit perfectly the first time. Call the Bentz Dental Group now, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com, 610-272-6949.
Are you looking for a place to call home? Say hello to hassle-free home loans with American Heritage Credit Union. Our team will guide you through every step from pre-approval to closing. And with the MyCU Home Connection program through American Heritage, you can unlock exclusive benefits, including a $500 lender credit, cash rewards, and discount when you buy or sell a home. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection to learn more. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838.
Tired of your old kitchen or bathroom? Dawn Stensland here. You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. With a new vanity and tub shower conversion, you're going to love that new bathroom. Plus, an industry-leading warranty. Right now, Kitchen Magic offering 30% off select door styles and colors. KitchenMagic.com. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
How are you feeling today? Little achy, arthritic joint pain maybe keeping you from doing all the things you love? Bone-on-bone pain in your knees, hips, back, or shoulder. Now, there are some exciting new cellular therapies that can get you lasting relief. I'm talking about my friends at QC Kinetics, helping patients like you every single day. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine. And I'm talking cutting-edge treatments here, which accelerate your own body's healing properties, revitalizing your joints so you can move again. They have helped so many people here and tens of thousands more across the country. So if you're living with that chronic pain, maybe from arthritis or maybe from a past injury, you need to know that steroids, surgery, or pain pills are no longer your only options. Learn how QC Kinetics can treat the pain, enhance your joints, restore your mobility, and yes, give you long-term relief, no downtime. The local medical professionals at QC Kinetics are ready. They're good to go. And they're going to help you get your life back with regenerative, restorative cellular treatments for those achy joints. This is the future of medicine. Just call them for a free consultation now. Call them right now and get this on the calendar. 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. Tell Dawn sent you.
Calling all Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company, 8:47 as we continue. This segment brought to you by Budget Blinds. Summer's a great time to brighten up the window treatments in your home. Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com. Our 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight with Colonel Tom Mannion coming up at 9:30 this morning. Our morning mystery movie clip at 9:20. But right now, let's get to some of the news. It's time for a Dawn Stenzel Big 3 at 8.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal and Company.
Good morning, Big 3, sponsored for you by Budget Blinds on this eve of the 4th of July. A Delaware County, Pennsylvania man sentenced to federal prison after pleading guilty to charges related to what happened January 6, 2021. He's identified as 33-year-old Brian Helian of Upper Darby, suburbs of Philadelphia, obviously, sentenced yesterday to 100 days in prison as well as 36 months of supervised release. He was also ordered to pay $2,000 in restitution. This all happened yesterday. And so I'm looking at the way it's being reported.
Yeah, that's what I noticed too. Yeah, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
They have talked about, and they put news releases. So we get news releases, just so you know, and these are issued online. Anybody can see them. So not only do those persecutors in D.C. put out the news releases, but as well, the Biden-appointed local prosecutors. They put out all kinds of news releases. You can look for yourself. And then what's interesting is to see what they're proud of in their news releases, and then the way that it's reported. So one reporting, I'll just give you a local example. This is locally. One of the stations saying his actions and the actions of others disrupting a joint session of U.S. Congress, which was convening. That's one of the statements. But the U.S. Attorney's Office putting this out, also proud of the fact that in the 37 months since January 6th of 2021, more than 1,313 individuals have been charged in nearly all 50 states for crimes related to the breach of the U.S. Capitol, quoting here, including more than 469 individuals who've been charged with either impeding law enforcement or assaulting law enforcement. Either one is a felony charge, and they say the investigation remains ongoing. As far as our local guy, Mr. Helion, he is not accused or charged in any way with committing any violence directly against any of those Capitol Police officers. I want to point that out to you. He is accused of taking selfies inside the Capitol building. He's accused of entering a U.S. Senator from Oregon's office and sitting in the office and taking more selfies. He's also accused of being part of a group that took down some of those bicycle barricades, those, bicycle racks, that he was part of a group, although I don't know that there's video or evidence that he physically did it, but he was part of a group that moved or, squished past some of those barricades.
Yeah, I love how 6ABC frames it in their tweet. Upper Darby Proud Boy member sentenced to 100 days in prison for role in January 6 insurrection. Was not an insurrection. They got to stop letting interns post the headlines.
Yeah, there's no insurrection. He did plead guilty back in February, according to the court documents, to civil unrest. So yesterday he was sentenced to he'll go 100 days behind bars, and I believe that was immediate. So we have to find out when does he report. But I'll just point out that he did plead guilty back in February.
Okay.
So he was not. Looks like he was not charged with that charge that we've talked a lot about, the so-called obstruction charge that was the wrongful charge that the Supreme Court, that SCOTUS threw out. But I will point out to you, from our region, he's one of at least two of the so-called Proud Boys. The other one I've talked a lot about is Zachary Real, who is from the Northeast.
Yep.
And Real, I just want to, never charged with anything as far as violence against any officers. But he has been behind bars. Zachary Real, talking about him from Port Richmond, he's been behind bars for more than 3 years at this point. He was taken into custody from his Port Richmond home. That was mid-March of 2021, still behind bars and never was freed after that. He's been behind bars since March 17th of 2021. And Zachary Real, 0 criminal record. He is a United States veteran, served in the Marines, son of 2 Philadelphia police officers.
Wow. Yep.
J6 still in the headlines after all this time.
Yes, indeed.
My goodness.
And the media loves it.
Number 2 on the big 3, I'll just point out to you that reportedly Democrat governors such as our own Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, as well as New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy, reportedly on this conference call with President Joe Biden's team and Biden himself as they're trying to mitigate last Thursday's disastrous debate performance. Reportedly as well, those same governors, a lot of top Democrats, had a group of conference call yesterday where they're calling it a gripe call. So that's one of the headlines.
I've got a few gripes with you, Joe. Get on Zoom stat.
So another headline. And number 3, since you talked about COVID, I wanted to point this out that in Colorado, there is word that one of their big universities there is actually the residents are pushing back in Colorado against NIH working with a local lab on the bat virus. So this is the National Institutes of Health collaborating with Colorado State University, CSU, on a laboratory that will study the potential spread of coronaviruses as well as other infections from bats to humans.
I don't blame them at all. I don't want them messing around with gain of function on my campus.
Yeah, they're having a fit. And because not only are they worried about, obviously, what even Chris Wray, right, at the federal level had come out and said, yeah, they're pretty much convinced that COVID and the coronavirus was spread due to a lab leak. But as far as the White Coast Waste, that's a taxpayer watchdog group. And they are speaking out about this on animal experimentation. They object to this, and they're talking about lab leaks actually from the same lab with regard to Colorado State University. And they're saying, what are you doing here? This local lab has a reputation, according to the advocacy group, of leaking everything from Zika virus to all kinds of different viruses. They're very concerned that this lab has had leaks in the past with other situations. Why in the world would they tap the same lab?
Yep. Good point.
Making them vulnerable.
All right.
So that's your big 3, sponsored by Budget Blinds. Summer's a great time to brighten up the window treatments in your home. Budget Blinds, your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, motorization. Just visit them, budgetblinds.com, for a free in-home consultation and the only no questions asked warranty in the entire business. And Henry Machette asked me to do a quick update on your holiday forecast, sponsored by Discover Lancaster. So today, enjoy it. 86 degrees, lower humidity, but tomorrow the heat is on, 91 degrees, with a chance for some pop-up showers, T-storms moving through tomorrow afternoon, and that is for the entire region. So we are sponsored by Discover Lancaster. Discover more of Lancaster. Time for summer shopping for your favorite brands at the outlets in Lancaster County. More than 100 brand name outlets, just a 90-minute drive from Philadelphia. Visit discoverlancaster.com. Plan your getaway. That's our Big 3 forecast here on Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Final hour is on the way. We're going to get back to a lot of the stuff that we started the show with this morning. If you missed any of the Biden conversation, wait till you hear what Carl Bernstein has to say, as well as my favorite senator, Mr. Kennedy from Louisiana. We're going to get back to Biden and the Democrats' crisis in the 23rd hour, and we're going to do that to kick off the 9 o'clock hour next here on Kayal & Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This This is Larry Sinus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Today, we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a tribute to Philly sports fans on the Boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey, Saturday, July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Smokey the Bear. After 80 years of learning his wildfire prevention tips, Smokey Bear lives within us all. Learn more at SmokeyBear.com. And remember,
only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. And one thing I've learned is that you buy a house, but you make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation, it becomes a little more your own. So you need all your jobs done well. For nearly 30 years, Angie has helped millions of homeowners hire skilled pros for the projects that matter. From plumbing to electrical, roof repair to deck upgrades. So leave it to the pros who will get your jobs done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-578-2415. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns, help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-578-2415 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. That's 800-578-2415. To see if you qualify, that's 800-578-2415.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
You know me. You know I love easy living. You want the best. You want relaxation and invigoration. You want to transform your outdoor living space. You go to Jacuzzi Hot Tubs of Southeastern PA because it's not a hot tub, it's a jacuzzi. With Jacuzzi, you get the quality, you get the price, you get the whole thing.
Visit Jacuzzi Hot Tubs of SCPA.com.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
9:04, Kayal and Company. Here we go. 9 o'clock hour on a Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Sean, Talk Radio 1210. WPHT, of course, get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. If you thought the first hour and a half was compelling when we were talking about the panic mode of Democrats, we've got some updates for you, some breaking news that's coming down, some reports that are out there that are actually taking it further than I ever thought was possible from Democrats. I've got two reports here. This one is according to Reuters, as President Biden is now facing so much increased pressure that at least 25 House Democrats are preparing to call for the 81-year-old president to end his re-election bid in the wake of last Thursday's debacle on the debate stage. And then this came out yesterday. And I sent you guys this yesterday in our group text, courtesy of Axios. The headline, House Democrat predicts Trump will win 2024 election, and he's okay with it. Wait till you hear this. Rep. Jared Goldman, a Democrat from Maine, on Tuesday, predicted former President Trump will win the election in November and, quote, is okay with that. He says the following, and this is not a spoof or a parody bit. Quote, it also didn't rattle me as it has others because the outcome of this election has been clear to me for months. While I don't plan to vote for him, Donald Trump is going to win, and I'm okay with that. Golden argues that his colleagues' hand-wringing after the debate is out of a belief that Trump is a, quote, unique threat to our democracy, but, quote, I refuse to participate in a campaign to scare voters with the idea that Trump will end our democratic system. We should, quote, reflect on the history and strength of our great democracy, safe in the knowledge that no one man is strong enough to take it away from us. So do we want to start taking bets on when he mysteriously dies and is found in a dumpster in an alleyway? That's a Democrat saying that.
Yeah, because he's a Democrat who's probably up for re-election. I mean, that's what kills me. All these, 25 House members. This guy's a moderate Democrat who wants to remain relevant in Maine. What amazes me is now we hear from them.
Well,
right?
Yes.
Now we hear from them. We didn't hear from any of these Democrats, and that's what we have to remember. We didn't hear from any of these Democrats who were upset because of all the crime, all the violence, all the issues with the southern border, and all of the rape and abductions, and it continues, quite frankly.
Yeah.
And by the way, we still don't even know the fallout from that, because if you look at, I was looking at crime crime stats from and all the blotters, from Chester County, Delco. Look at all the defendants. The problem is they're not, because we are all sanctuary in our area.
Mm-hmm.
So because we're all sanctuary, they can't even tell us, or they don't even mark down whether the person's a U.S. citizen or not. But all these different Democrats, they're being Democrats. All they care about is, as far as these particular individuals, all they care about is their partisan career politician job. That's what they're just showing their hand.
Sean, what do you read into this? Anything?
Well, I think it's very unique and very interesting that we're seeing Democrats now. You're saying 25, that's the report today now,
in the
25 House Democrats.
Yep.
And Dawn, I think, is right about this. I think there's a certain amount of, political strategy going on here, right? Where you are going to see, again, some Democrats try to appear sane to their voters, right? I didn't back the guy with dementia. I said he should step aside. But it's very, very rare when you see Democrats this divided. All we heard in the Republican primary during the Trump, DeSantis, Vivek thing, it's so much infighting. It's infighting. It's infighting. And I'm like, no, it's a primary. There were some things in the primary that maybe didn't have to be said or had to be done, but that happens every time there's a primary cycle. Folks, the Democrat primary is over. There's no reason in a sane, regular scenario where there would have to be this much of a debate on who the nominee is going to be. That process has already played itself out. So the fact that you're now seeing members of the party dividing and basically declaring war against Joe Biden is something we never see from the Democrats. I mean,
and they're already divided on the
Trumpers.
They're already divided on the Middle East as well. So they're divided on 2 or 3 major sticking points and issues. And to Dawn's credit, and she's right every time, but now you have to wonder if they can get it together. Do we expect Democrats to figure it out and unite and rally before November 5th? If there's ever a time where it might not happen, this feels like this cycle, this time around, might be the time where it's just too much. I mean, when have you ever heard a Democrat say Trump's not a threat to democracy? That's been like the talking point for years. So they don't agree on Israel and Palestine. They don't agree on should Joe stay or should Joe go. And now you have a Democrat coming out and saying, "Oh my God, our democracy's fine." Because yes, it is fine. We lived through Trump the first time. They act like we didn't have this guy in office for 4 years. You already know. So I mean, they're coming undone at the seams right now.
Yeah, but this guy, Jared Golden, here's the thing: the truth. And being up for re-election and facing a loss because he's in a Republican area, he's going to lose. And so that it's like the Wonder Woman golden lasso is around the Democrats in these who are up for re-election. That's what this is.
Lebo says on Twitter, that congressman from Maine will be found in a lobster trap.
At some point. Oh, seriously. And this is the crazy part. So you're seeing a smaller number, but it's starting to grow, but it's still the minority of the amount of House Dems. It's not a majority of them yet that are calling for Joe Biden to step aside. And so, let's say he does step aside. Well, now you have the support of those 25, but now the rest of them are upset. So you're shedding voters no matter what. It's like if you go ahead or you're shedding supporters. It's like if you go ahead and start appeasing the pro-Palestine wing of the party, well, now the moderate not centrist, but, closer to the center wing of the Democrat Party is not going to be happy with the fact that you are not supporting Israel and are supporting terrorists, right? A lot of other people are going to be upset too, but you're appeasing the loud, woke, radical left fringe part of your party, right? So, I mean, the division here, and like you said, they're divided on a number of topics. They are. Even to some extent, there are Democrats that are starting to divide on the border because it's an issue. It's an issue that you can't ignore anymore. It's not just the border states of New Mexico and Arizona and Texas, and California. It's any state. Wisconsin is having problems. Minnesota is having problems. Those are the northern border. They're not having issues with people from Canada. I mean, not as much as we're dealing with down in coming across the southern border from Mexico and the Latin American countries. So you're seeing the divide on all of the issues really start to take place on a number of fronts. And the fact that you have a Democrat saying, yeah, I'm okay if Trump wins. He's playing with fire. I mean, the only thing that's probably more dangerous to say is that he has compromising material on Hillary Clinton. At that point, you can guarantee that he will be found in a lobster trap off the coast of Maine somewhere.
There you go.
The National Republican Congressional Committee spokesperson Jack Pandal released a statement about Golden, and he put a photo up of Golden, who you're talking about, who's up for re-election. Picture of Golden flying on Air Force One with Biden, and he wrote, quote, "Donald Trump is going to win, but Jared Golden is not. Backpedaling and freaked out political posturing is not going to change that."
Ooh.
Unquote.
Okay.
Wow.
This segment brought to you by United Tire. If you drive a car and you want it to last and not cost you a ton in the long run, get to United Tire today for a service. Visit one of their 10 locations throughout the Delaware Valley. Visit UnitedTire.com. Let's get to this clip, boys. This is cut 51. Carl Bernstein, who is it Bernstein or Bernstein? I never know how to pronounce that because some people Steen. Okay, so he is one half of the Washington Post that had the whole Watergate stuff with Richard Nixon back in the day. Where do you hear what his sources are telling him? And I believe what he's saying here on CNN. This is in regards to just how bad it's been for Joe Biden behind the scenes, and he also gets into the frequency of these occurrences. Clip 51.
These are people, several of them, who are very close to President Biden, who love him, have supported him, have been among them are some people who have raised a lot of money for him. And they are adamant that what we saw the other night, the Joe Biden we saw, is not a one-off, that there have been 15, 20 occasions in the last year and a half when the president has appeared somewhat as he did in that horror show that we witnessed. And what's so significant is the people that this is coming from, and also how many people around the president are aware of such incidents, including some reporters, incidentally, who have witnessed some of them. But here we see tonight, as these people say, President Biden at his absolute best, and yet these people who have supported him, loved him, campaigned for him, see him often, say that in the last 6 months particularly, there has been a marked incidence of cognitive decline and physical infirmity.
Wow, how about that? I mean, this is all the stuff that we've been talking about, we've been saying, we've been seeing and experiencing, and now it's just the floodgates have opened. And just to kind of wheel back to what we were talking about around 6:40 this morning with Kamala Harris, according to the betting markets now, the William Hill outlet, the William Hill betting company, has Kamala Harris as the favorite to supplant Joe Biden as the Dems nominee. So we've been talking about this. We've been looking at all the different polls and hypothetical matchups, how Trump does against Gavin Newsom, Joe Biden, Gretchen Whitmer, Kamala Harris. He's got leads over all of them in a hypothetical matchup. I think I saw he was down 11 points, to Michelle Obama, which we know will not happen, barring some weird, bizarre plot twist down the stretch here. But according to the betting market, Kamala Harris now the favorite, which I say, look, if you're going to replace Joe, serve up Kamala. I'm fine with that. I am absolutely fine with that. I don't fear that one bit at all.
We should say
no,
right? We should say it's disrespectful to Vice President Kamala Harris. It's disrespectful that she would not be promoted, of course, and it would appear that it's because she's a woman and she's a black woman. That's what we should say.
Yep. I agree.
Boom.
And it's also disrespectful to the voters, right? You talk about threats to democracy. They chose. Your voters chose Kamala Harris. Don't subvert the will of your voters. You almost put Donald Trump in jail for accusing him, and you're accusing him of disenfranchising 78 million or however many they say Joe Biden got. You're accusing Donald Trump of disenfranchising voters by subverting their will. Don't do that to your own voters, and don't do that to Kamala Harris, because we're going to draw the conclusion, as Dawn said, which that's the two-pronged approach. Don't subvert the will of your voters, and if you do and you replace Kamala Harris, we're gonna play the race card, we're gonna play the woman card, and we're gonna make it look like you're the ones that aren't being diverse. I don't think there's any way that they can replace Biden and get through Kamala Harris, short of her being forced somehow, maybe behind the scenes, to step aside and give it to somebody else and give her blessing. But I don't think she'd do that. She's too power hungry.
All right, let's wrap up, and we're going to get to this last clip. I thought this was great, and I don't understand anybody that actually believes that any of the Biden policies are super popular. You know, what's amazing is with his campaign, it's never really about the policy. It's always about the other guy, the threats, and the fear-mongering. And my buddy, I love this guy. If I ever get a chance to host a Pints in Politics, I want my guest to be Senator Kennedy from Louisiana because he cracks me up. Here's what he had to say on the decline of Joe Biden. Cut number 52, boys.
The third point I would make, Martha, remember, the Supreme Court sees what we see. President Biden is losing this election. President Biden has neurodegenerative disease. He practically invents a new language every time he speaks. His family has serious legal problems. His staff, which is running the country, is more concerned about gas stoves and whether a man can breastfeed than it is about inflation or crime or the border or national security. And that's why the president's losing. This case was political from the get-go. It was designed to help President Biden. And I think the United States Supreme Court today said, look, we don't get involved in politics. We don't want to get mixed up in this. That's why it was such, in my opinion, an anodyne, predictable decision.
Could listen to that man talk for hours. What a
He's
poet.
funny.
He's the best.
One of my favorite things he just said on Fox, I think it was a couple weeks ago, he said, President Biden's polling lower than fungal infections. I think that's one of the, I was like, what? When the gas was going through the roof, right? They called it Putin's parasite. They say Putin. He said, at this point, it would be cheaper to do cocaine and run everywhere. I was like, on TV. On TV. I said, holy cow, this guy's funny. I like him. He's a little too eager to send money to Ukraine. That's the only complaint I have about John Kennedy.
Agreed.
But look, nobody's perfect. 80-20 rule.
Yeah.
So I don't like that. Maybe he'll come around. But he's a hoot, as they say in the South. Every time he's on TV, I love it.
I love when he's questioning people under oath too, and he takes the glasses off and he looks down at his notes and he's got all the tweets of people he's grilling for their past posts, and he's like, "Did you tweet back on December?" And he goes, "Oh, it's just so great." And
there was an exchange.
Out.
There was an exchange once between him and Bernie Sanders. It's on YouTube, and he was quoting somebody, or he called Bernie Sanders an ignorant. It's a word that rhymes with mutt to describe a woman of ill repute, right? So, so he goes, for the record, I did not call Senator Sanders. And he says that thing. And then Bernie jumps in afterwards and goes, I don't know how to take that, son of a Kennedy. I was just like, these are the people running our country.
Yep.
Like, holy cow, it is a clown show.
It's professional wrestling.
When Rand Paul blew the whistle, basically in the one of his Festivus reports one year, and he said that we spent like millions of dollars in Argentina opening up what's called, they said, the clown training, or like a circus school.
Yep.
Like, dude, just give them free access to C-SPAN. Let them watch Congress. They don't need any more training. It's a clown show in and of itself in Washington, D.C.
Indeed.
But I do love Kennedy.
All right, coming up on the other side, we'll get to our morning mystery movie clip, and then it's time for our 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight presented by Window Nation. Colonel Tom Mannion of the Travis Mannion Foundation is our guest at 9:30 this morning. Back after this.
Today, we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission: to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
The amazing 4th of July mega sale is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Purchase a qualifying Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliance package and choose 3 years of additional warranty or a rebate up to $2,500. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today. The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Summer is here, which means pool days, beach trips, and yeah, you guessed it, traffic jams. Oh yeah, and heat waves. Don't let summer catch you by surprise. Get the local news you need, no matter what you're up to, with the free Odyssey app. And never miss a beat with alerts on breaking stories sent directly to your phone. Listen today on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles.
Highly logical.
Learn about Navient's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills, too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Tom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
.26, it is Kayal and Company here on this Wednesday, July 3rd. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick, Dawn, and Sean. Still a lot to get to this morning. We've got What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2 coming up. See if we can squeeze in a clip or two before we hand things off to Dawn Stensland this morning. We'll find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show and one last Today in Music History before we break for the holiday. Also coming up in just a few moments, we have our Veteran Spotlight with Colonel Tom Mannion. presented by Window Nation. But before all of that, let's test your movie knowledge and give something away. It's time for the Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Open the door.
Sorry, sir. If you just give me a moment.
Open the door.
You ready? The name on the middle of that steering wheel should tell you that I was born ready, Shelby. Hit it. Attaboy.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
How about this? Once again today, a pair of tickets to see Joe Conklin with a City Rhythm Orchestra. It's coming up on Saturday, July 13th at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey. The show is a musical tribute to Philadelphia sports featuring all of Conklin's impressions, plus songs with Joe's daughter, his brothers, and many guest performers. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. I'll tell you what, Sean Farish, you do amazing impressions, obviously. And Joe Conklin, I know maybe you've never seen or heard him do some of his impressions. I mean, he can do a bunch of people. And we do a comedy night at Parks Casino a couple of times a year. And Dawn, you've hosted it when you filled in for Rich. Mm-hmm. Forget Sean Farish doing Trump and Francesa. I want Sean Farish and Joe Conklin to do a comedy night together with impressions.
That would be hysterical.
That would be a sellout smash success. Look at all the ideas I come up with on this show.
You are smart. You're a very smart person. This is a very beautiful thing that you do. You know, you have a very high IQ, not like AOC, low IQ. Very high IQ. They call you High IQ Nick. That's what they call you. They call you Smart Nick. He's a smart guy. I can tell you that. He's a smart guy.
All right, good luck. Caller 12-855-839-1210. If you can identify that movie, you will get the Joe Conklin tickets. We will chat with Colonel Tom Mannion coming up in just a few moments, as I believe he will be calling in with us. You know what? In the meantime, until we get to Colonel Mannion, why don't we do some of the cuts, because we've still got 45,000 clips here in front of me, and this is the time that we usually do the cut sheet part due anyway. So let's get to it and find out, Henry, what's on the cut sheet part due?
What's on the cut sheet?
Part due. Yeah, part due, and Tom Mannion is coming up in a matter of moments, so we will pivot out of the cuts and get to him as soon as he joins us. Boys, if we could play clip 26, because the meltdown has been glorious. And look, I get it. I am in no way saying that the election is over. There's still 123, 124 days. A lot of things can change. Polls can change. But just seeing the mainstream media have their meltdowns after the way they spoke to half of America for the last 4 years is glorious. And this is clip 26. Simone Sanders on MSNBC says that she's keeping a list of those like ignorant New York Times for calling on Joe Biden to quit. This is clip 26.
And I think that rally in North Carolina hit that mark, and if that is the Joe Biden folks see going forward, I think that the panic will subside. But if I was the Biden people, I'd be keeping a list, honey, because it was way too many people ready to jump, ready to duck a few bucks.
Just instantly running their mouths. There wasn't even, let's take a pause, a beat, and figure out what's going on.
No, it's obvious, and we see what's going on here. And I would say this, too, when it comes to these publications, and she's keeping a list and taking inventory and keeping receipts. The New York Times said Trump should drop out. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution said that Biden should drop out as well. But how about this? And I know this is a few days old now, and we briefly mentioned it because it was so utterly ridiculous. How about the Philadelphia Inquirer in our own backyard after Joe Biden's disastrous stretch of days coming out and saying it should be Donald Trump that drops out of the election? And like, you wonder why the Philadelphia Inquirer is a shell of what they used to be. It's op-ed pieces and opinion pieces like that. Which, oh, by the way, too, Dawn, I don't believe there was ever any names attached to the op-ed. It was just like their staff collectively.
Editorial board.
Yeah, their editorial board.
Well, Mika, Brzezinski was very happy with them. She called. She was. Remember when she was like chastising all the other Dems, but she was praising the Inquirer.
Yeah.
For that editorial.
All right.
Typical.
All right, I believe we have Colonel Tom Mannion with us as we now get to our 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight presented by Window Nation for all of your window and door needs. Visit windownation.com. Colonel Mannion, it is an absolute pleasure to speak with you again. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Hey, great, Nick. Great to be with you this morning.
Great to be with
How
you
guys
as
doing?
well. We are doing excellent. Obviously, thank you so much for everything that you have done in service and obviously with the Travis Mannion Foundation. When we highlight these veterans each month, it's a pleasure, and we've done a few of them, and this one definitely hits home. So we're grateful for a couple of your minutes here on Wednesday morning.
Yeah, it's great to be with you here, for sure. And when it comes to talking about highlighting veterans, can't highlight our young veterans, our post 9/11 veterans more than anything. We need to keep recognizing what they're all about for our country. So
no question.
Great to be here.
Yes. Let me start with this one. Obviously, a major holiday coming up tomorrow. Personally, what does the 4th of July mean to you, Colonel Mannion?
Well, having lost a son in defense of our freedoms, I mean, it means everything to me, Nick. When you think about our country today and where we've come from, and you think of, we just got finished celebrating D-Day anniversary and all the momentous occasions, and you think about our Independence Day here, and you tie that all together with what's happening around the world, and you think about the young men and women that are stepping forward to serve our country and protect our freedoms. And then you tie that together with Ronald Reagan, his famous quote of, freedom is only a generation away. Us in our country, and I'm sitting in South Jersey in a beautiful day down here, and you just think about all that we have and how quickly we could lose it. It's in a way it's kind of overwhelming, but it's great to see everyone to come together and celebrate what we're all about, because I think as a country we need to figure out a way to all come together, and maybe it's times like the 4th of July where we can figure out a way to do that. Better than we have been, right?
Yeah.
Better than we have been.
Well said. So I think 99% of our audience knows about Travis Mannion, the Travis Mannion Foundation, but our audience is always expanding and growing. So for the few out there that might not be aware of everything that the foundation does, that we do with Radiothon, tell my audience a little bit about Travis the man, and also what led to his path and of serving the country and going down the road he decided to go down career-wise.
Yeah, Travis, we're a local family in the Philadelphia area, and Travis was very involved in athletics at LaSalle High School, and had an opportunity from there to get into the Naval Academy as a wrestler for the Naval Academy. Did his 4 years there, and while he was there, 9/11 happened, and like he and all his classmates, they were inspired to go defend our freedoms, and he left shortly after his graduation for his first tour in Iraq, and on his second tour in Iraq on April 29th, 2007, we lost him. He was caught in an enemy ambush with he and his Marines, and he was credited with saving the entire patrol. He's the only one that didn't make it back. But, we're super proud of him, and his mom set up a small memorial fund, and before we knew it, she had grown it to a level that we never expected. And part of that was, Travis and who he was and what he represented for the country. And the momentum's been incredible for the foundation, where we started, where we are now, across the country. And a lot of it is hinged on Travis and who he was as a person, and his ethos of if not me, then who, before he was going back for his second tour when he was asked why he had to go back by his brother-in-law, he said, "Hey, if I don't go, who's going to my place? If not me, then who?" And those words just kind of resonate, and it resonates with the next generation. And we're working with veterans around the country. We're, most importantly, we talked about the 4th of July and what it means, and we talk about the next generation. And part of what we do as an organization is we get our veterans and our families to the phone, and we get in front of these young people, and we talk to them about, if not me, then who, and we talk to them about character, and we talk to them about what this country's all about and freedom. And, it just sort of gels and keeps growing for us. So we're extremely excited and really thankful for our partnership with you guys. You guys have been tremendous for us and have helped us to do so much.
It's the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight here on Kayal and Company. We do this the first Wednesday of every month at 9:30. It's all brought to you by Window Nation. Tom Mannion, our guest this morning. So, Colonel Mannion, you co-wrote Brothers Forever. I have a copy of the book in my living room. It's a great book, and it's about the bond between Travis and his Naval Academy roommate, Brendan Looney. Can you tell us a little bit about the two and how the bond they shared was so special, and give us kind of a Cliff Note version of the book that you contributed with?
Sure. Yeah, sure, Nick. I got an opportunity to get over to Iraq. I was hearing a lot about what Travis had done in Iraq with his Marines, and I had a sense that we had to get out there and tell the stories. If we don't tell the stories, the next generation, won't know what these heroes have done for us. So I went over there and spent some time with the Iraqis. And as I came back and prepared to write a story about Travis and his Marines, his great friend and roommate at the Naval Academy, Navy SEAL Brendan Looney, was killed in action in Afghanistan. And I came back, and we went down to the Looney's home, and we're there with their family, and just sort of the worst nightmare for them. And we knew 3 years prior, having gone through it with Travis, tried to be there to support him. And as I thought about my opportunity to write the story for the next generation, I realized it was the bigger story of all these guys and what they'd sacrificed. And so that was sort of the backdrop for me to tell the story of Travis and Brendan, because they had spent so much time at the Naval Academy together. Travis left to serve in the Marines and 2 tours in combat. Brendan was on his 2nd tour in combat as a Navy SEAL. He had just on his 59th combat mission, if you can believe that, when we lost him. And just telling the story of these guys and their character and how they love this country and why they put on the uniform to defend it, and the symbolism of it, really. And as it all came out, it turns out that we had Travis buried up in Pennsylvania. Brendan was moved in from San Diego, and we had never gotten Travis settled in Pennsylvania, because there was some talk after we lost him that he really wanted to be in Arlington. We moved Brendan into Arlington, and when Brendan's wife was asked where she wanted Brendan, she said she wanted him in Arlington next to Travis. And so the Department of Army moved mountains to help us, and we reinterred Travis, and we moved him down to Arlington, and we had a service for Travis down there a day before we moved Brendan in. So, sort of symbolic of Arlington and what it means for our country and all the sacrifice. If you go down to Section 60, you'll see side by side Lieutenant Travis Mannion and Lieutenant Brendan Looney there in Arlington together. And, it's just, these guys are the best of the best. And so, when you think about honoring our service members, there's so many that you guys could honor. And, I appreciate all you do to get them on the air and listen to their stories. And that's part of what we're all about in the foundation, is being there to support them and to help them, and not only help them, but have them out in front of our next generation so they can help us. They have so much to offer. We're there as probably a support, mostly a support system to help them make an impact, further impact for our country.
Colonel Tom Mannion, thank you so much for everything you have done, for everything you continue to do, and have a great 4th of July. It's a pleasure to chat with you.
You too, Nick. Thanks a lot. Thanks again for all you're doing. Have a great 4th.
You too. Colonel Tom Mannion joining us here on the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight, presented by Window Nation. What a unbelievable human being. All right, I've got Mike in Chester County. He is our morning mystery movie clip winner. Mike, good morning. What movie clip did we just play for you about 15 minutes ago?
Ford versus Ferrari.
That is correct, sir. Congratulations. You got yourself the Joe Conklin tickets coming up on July 13th.
Great. Thank you very much.
You got it. Mike in Chester County, our last winner for the week. All right, we'll come back, find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show today in music history, and some final thoughts. It's Kayal & Company, Wednesday morning, and we're back after this.
So many financial firms claim to be fiduciaries, but do any of them provide legally binding documentation to put your best interests first? Crash Proof Retirement is the only firm in the nation that records all financial meetings, making your meeting legally binding.
Lou Marinucci, Langhorne, Pennsylvania. When the market goes down and then Wall Street still makes money, they're looking out for themselves more than they're looking out for you as the client. It's not a fiduciary responsibility. I don't have that problem here with Crash Proof Retirement. Crash Proof Retirement can assure their customers that they will come out on the positive side because by recording their meetings, it makes them legally bound to do exactly what they say. And that's what a fiduciary is supposed to do.
Guarantee legally binding transparency for your retirement future. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club, July 23rd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Closing time. Open all the doors and let you out into the world. Closing time. Turn all of the lights on over every boy and
It is Kayal and Company, 947 here on this Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Sean. This segment brought to you by Discover Lancaster. Adventure awaits in Lancaster County. Experience the thrill of kayaking and hiking. You can explore the scenic waterways and the rugged trails. Discover the beauty of nature. Visit discoverlancaster.com to plan your trip today. The Dawn Show coming up in just about 12 minutes, and we find out what Dawn has lined up for 10 o'clock.
I'll have an interview. Actually, Henry Machette, congratulations to Henry for getting an interview with the vice president.
Oh, is that right?
Well, it's the Commonwealth Foundation senior vice president.
Oh, not the
Eric
vice president.
Telford. I had to tease you a little bit.
Not that
Henry's.
How dare they?
I just had to tease you a little bit.
I'm unburdened by that, Dawn.
But so the Commonwealth Foundation, they do a lot of research, and I love looking into this, really zooming in. But as well, I want to look at, there are a lot of, obviously, breaking news. We're expecting a lot of breaking news today as we're hearing about governors meeting with Biden.
Yep.
And reportedly, our own Pennsylvania governor, New Jersey governor Shapiro Murphy in with that call. What's the scuttlebutt? So we'll go into that. But what about some of these other candidates that we never thought would be in play, and that's Pennsylvania and New Jersey. So I'll take you zoom in on some of the local races that everybody kind of assumed, Democrats are going to win, not so much. And some of the races that we haven't been talking about, I'll zoom in on that as well. And then spending this July 4th, so we'll weave in some fun too, because of course, and we'll weave in some patriotism. July 4th tomorrow.
All right, sounds good. 9:49. Let's find out what Ferrari Phil has lined up for today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, July 3rd, we celebrate the birthdays of Kevin Hearn from the Bare Naked Ladies, who's now 54, Vince Clarke from Erasure, who's now 64, Stephen Pearcy from Rat, who's now 68, and a heavenly birthday shout-out to Laura Branigan. We also lost Brian Jones on this day in 1969, and Jim Morrison of The Doors in 1971. Singles include Forever Young by Rod Stewart in 1988. Albums include Waiting for the Sun by The Doors in 68, Lights, Camera, Revolution by Suicidal Tendencies in 1990, and White Blood Cells by the White Stripes in 2001. Also, in 1983, the Red Hot Chili Peppers took the stage with Nothing On But Socks, not on their feet. In 96, Alice in Chains played their last show with Lane Staley, and in 85, Back to the Future opened. But lastly, a quick thought about the 56 cuts I prepared for today's show, which has never happened before and will never happen again. Well, I thought I'd compare it to a major sport event, and no, not DiMaggio's 56-game hitting streak. But when Ford beat Ferrari at Le Mans in 66, I'd much rather have a Mustang than an overpriced Italian piece of metal. And yes, I will see you tomorrow, by the way. Me and Michael Pelka tomorrow at 6 a.m. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Lomquist.
Phil
Mike and I.
Lomquist. Mike, yes, there you go. Greg Stocker has some thoughts on the 56 cuts. Phil's basically saying he does the cut sheet prep better than Greg. Greg, what do you think about that?
Who cares? Nobody cares.
Oh, God. Sean Ferris, any plans for the 4th tomorrow? Anything special going on down in Nashville for you?
We are probably going to lay low tomorrow. Just going to hang out, have a nice 4th. Definitely watching The Patriot. Definitely watching Independence Day. Got to do it every year.
Mm-hmm.
It's just two great movies that I love to watch on the 4th of July. Celebrate the birth of our country and get motivated to save it. It is literally 4 months from tomorrow. I mean, it is November 5th, Election Day, but 4 months from tomorrow, we will be voting in the most consequential election of our time. And I encourage everybody to vote for themselves. Were you better off 4 years ago? If you were, there's only one choice, and it's not the Pampers president. It's the outlaw president. We love him, and we're very happy about him. He's a tremendous person, and he hasn't filled a diaper since he's been, I would say, probably 6 months old. I was potty trained at 8 months. I was doing it very well. And everybody said he's so advanced, he's so special. And we were doing that, I can tell you that.
Dawn, any 4th of July plans for you?
Yeah, family, same thing. I mean, family, 4th of July parades. 2 sisters-in-law have birthdays right around this time, Kathleen and Marilyn. So happy birthday to both of them.
Okay.
And we'll be celebrating their birthdays as well as our nation's birthday. But
Yep.
patriotism front and center.
I'm going to contribute to climate change. I'm going to fire up the grill. I'm going to put some hot dogs on there, and when they come off the grill, I'm going to slather them with mustard. And I'm going to have myself a 4th of July holiday, as Ron DeSantis would say, mustard. All right, everybody, have a great 4th. Been a great week. We are back next Monday. Tomorrow morning, Opelka will be in, and Sean, you'll be with us, with Dawn and I again all next week, I believe, correct?
All next week. Lucky you, lucky everybody. Buckle up. It's going to be a fun week. I can't wait to get back and do this again with you guys on Monday.
All right. Until then, yes, we love you, buddy. Have a great 4th. Have a great 4th, everybody. Enjoy the holiday, the festivities, everything that goes with it, and we'll talk to you Monday morning at 6.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Everyone in an election for President of the United States will critically examine all of the issues and make a decision.
There you go. So if you've wondered how elections work, everybody kind of sits down and they take their notes and they look at the issues and they say, okay, I like this issue, or this guy was better with that policy. And then you go to the ballots on election day, or you do a mail-in ballot or an absentee or whatever you might do, and you make your choice.
Imagine that.
How elections work with Kamala Harris, coming up tonight at 7 on PBS.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Bring on the summer heat with huge savings when you replace your old inefficient windows and doors with the great people at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. Have drafty windows you've been meaning to replace? Well, you receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. In need of new doors? Well, Guida's got you covered there as well, with 40% off all high-quality entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can start your project with no money out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. Don't let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited-time savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires